Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ni ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi wuru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyeze bumkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna kogabu.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
No, I did not want to play that again. But since hold on, so I beg your pardon. So I did not want to play that again. But since he was born and now he's getting old, and that is the tapestry of life, you start to get old just from the moment you draw your first breath. I can't speak anymore. You start to get old just as from the moment you draw your first breath in life. So there it is, right there. So before I go to any space else, apologies for yesterday's session. My internet just collapsed completely. I restarted it countless times, and it just wouldn't work. So I think the internet provider might well have been doing some maintenance works on the system, which they did not notify anybody about. Because usually if it dips, it doesn't dip for more than 3 4 minutes and then it's back up. But it didn't actually come up till actually early in this morning. So that's why yesterday's session was abandoned. I had to get in touch with Patoski actually to come and shut it down because I just couldn't access the studio for reasons of the internet collapsing. So apologies for all that. And today again, so now this now session now it's going to be a short little snapshot session unless another host comes in to take it over, because at the top of the hour I have to leave. So it's going to be a short little snapshot session unless somebody actually comes in to take it over from me. But in this particular session, we'll be reacting, responding then to the latest outing of the Igbo Yoruba politician Chinedu Rhodes Vivour, who is now questioning the Yoruba-ness of Sanwo Olu. So without much ado, we just get straight into it. We get straight into it and we pick it up from here.
Confusion and outrage enveloped the Oronshoki community in Lagos after more than 70 residential buildings were demolished at Ajineru, Oshosa Extension, and Toluwalashe streets.
And by the way, £100, and anybody watching this in this live stream now, or anybody watching it in watch back, anybody watching this, or anybody watching this in watch back, £100, and I place my personal pledge on that, £100 to anybody that can spot Peter Obi protesting that all of these Yoruba houses were demolished in Lagos. So anybody that can spot Peter Obi protesting that all of these Yoruba houses in Oworonshoki were demolished in Lagos, if you can spot Peter Obi in the protest crowd, just snapshot it, screen grab it, send it to me, and I'll send you £100.
Confusion and outrage enveloped the Oronshoki community in Lagos after more than 70 residential buildings were demolished at Ajineru, Oshosa Extension, and Toluwalashe streets.
More than 70 residential buildings belonging to Yoruba people were demolished in Oworonshoki. Oworonshoki, of course, being one of the middle income areas of Lagos State. So where is Peter Obi and Abaribe and the rest of the raw meat eaters? Where were they? Where are they to go and defend the rights of these Yorubas that are allegedly being vested upon unfairly? Where are they? So that's the question. So if Obi is not present here, but is present if some illegal structure belonging to an Igbo person is demolished in Lagos, if an illegal structure belonging to just one singular Igbo person is demolished in Lagos, and Obi is there chanting ethnic jingoism, then you have to then ask the question, if Obi becomes the president of Nigeria, what fate will become of people outside of his ethnic stock, especially the Yorubas? So if Peter Obi, if in excess of 70 buildings belonging to Yoruba people were demolished in Oworonshoki, and Peter Obi is not there protesting, but every single time that the Lagos state government looks at an Igbo person the wrong way, Peter Obi is there with his army of hangers on to go and do ethnic jingoism, then what manner of president will Peter Obi be? What will be the experience of the Yorubas under an Obi administration? Because Obi is nothing other than just an average everyday Nigerian now, and is already signaling his ethnic jingoism, his bias and leaning and advocation for his own ethnic stock. So if he has the power now, how do you think he's going to wield that power? Because his political narrative now is very much ethno-led. It's very much an ethno-jingo, an Igbo supremacist, for want of a better word. That might well be an oxymoron, because the Igbos are at the bottom of the Nigerian pyramid, but to all intents and purposes, Peter Obi's political journey is Igbo ethnic supremacist jingoism. So if he has power, how he really wields that power? So all these houses now, 70 in excess, Ruben Abati tells us, have been demolished. 99% of those houses belonging to Yorubas. Where is Peter Obi protesting and defending their rights? Or are the Yorubas, from Peter Obi's vantage point, are the Yorubas lesser beings than the Igbo people?
Barely days after a Lagos High Court order restrained the Lagos State government and its agencies from carrying out any further demolition in the area. In a ruling delivered on October 23, 2025, Justice A.G. Balogun of the Lagos State High Court, Ikeja, granted an interim injunction restraining the Lagos State government, the Attorney General, the Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, and the Lagos State Building Control Agency, LAPSCA, from continuing with the demolition of properties allegedly belonging to members of the Tesiwaju Ajumoni Community Development Association, CDA. Joining us on this show to discuss this latest demolition by the Lagos State government is Chinedu Rhodes Vivour, the 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate in Lagos State and now a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Mr. Rhodes.
So now, Peter Obi may well not be defending the rights of the Yoruba people in Lagos State in the same manner that he defends the right of Igbo people in Lagos State, but another Igbo man, Chinedu Rhodes Vivour, he has now put himself forward as the defender of the Yoruba race. So Chinedu Rhodes Vivour from Anambra State, curiously the same home state as Peter Obi. So Chinedu Rhodes Vivour from Anambra State now telling us now that he's the defender of the Yoruba interest. But how does he present that defense? Let's listen.
Vivour, thank you very much for joining us on the morning show.
Thank you. Good morning.
Well, you've spoken up on X, formerly known as Twitter. You visited the Uronshuki community to identify with the people. What I've read you say is that this is anti-poor policy on the part of the Lagos State government, that this is a violation of the rule of law, a court of law of competent jurisdiction having given an order that there should be, a status quo maintained. 3, you say that what they are doing is to steal people's land.
Yes.
And that is land theft at the heart of all of this. But the Lagos State government says something different. Tokunbo Wahab, who is the commissioner for physical planning, was on this station over the weekend. And he was saying, no, it's about the state government maintaining the rule of law. And those structures are illegal structures. And that the Lagos State government has an obligation in the light of a 2013 Supreme Court ruling that the state has control over physical planning and development within its jurisdiction. But you seem to have a different opinion. Who is right? Who is wrong?
First of all, I think the state government must subject itself to the rule of law. If we want to encourage development, we want to encourage investments in the state must show itself to be law-abiding and not lawless. Secondly, when you see the means by which they are enforcing these demolitions, coming at midnight to destroy people's buildings without giving them any time to take out their belongings. We've seen video footage of the police with their joint task force coming hand in hand with thugs, as we have seen when I was doing my declaration just about a month ago, and causing harm to their fellow citizens. You see a process that is not properly planned. You see a process that does not have any empathy associated with it. And then you see a charade where they're now apparently giving out payments to cushion the effect of this thing that they are doing after demolitions have happened. Surely, if you have a proper plan, right, it will start at the local government level where interactions will be done with these communities. There should be a proper proposal for how.
And by the way, before we carry on, before we go any further, here are houses properties being demolished in Chinedu Rhodes Vivour's own home state. Anambra government vows to continue demolition of unapproved structures. This is official. So rightly, the Anambra state government, there they are right there, demolishing properties of Igbo people in Anambra state. So I'm not quite sure why Rhodes Vivour has not gone home to attack Charles Soludo, or Peter Obi gone home to attack Charles Soludo for demolishing the properties of Igbo people. Anambra government has vowed to continue demolishing unapproved structures and prosecute owners of such buildings for gross violation of the law. Do you remember that under Bosky, liquid metal, what is it called, Odumeje, his property was demolished in the same Anambra State by the same Soludo. The headquarters of the central piece of Igbo business, which is Innocent Motors. So that is the crown in the jewel of the Igbo narrative of enterprise, is Innocent Motors. Their headquarters was demolished in Anambra State. So neither Peter Obi nor Chinedu Rhodes Vivour, both Anambrarians, neither of them even tweeted, never mind go to Anambra State to go and attack Charles Soludo. But whenever illegal structures are destroyed in Lagos State, the people from the southeast, they run very quickly to the southwest to go and attack the governor there. Anambra government vows to continue demolition of unapproved structures. This is from officials. The Anambra State government has vowed to continue demolishing unapproved structures and prosecute owners of such buildings for gross violations of the law. Chike Mbaduike, the managing director of Anambra State Fiscal Planning Board, said this at the continued demolition exercise in Inkisi layout Onitsha on Thursday. So there it is right there. I wonder then where their sense of fight for injustice was when these things and also demolitions going on in the whole of the north. By the way, in Kano State, I can give you examples. Why is Peter Obi not going to Kano State to attack them? I wonder if he'll come out of that alive.
How they will move these people? Where are they being moved to? Where are these people that have lived here for so long going to be relocated to? All these will be done with conversations, payments made before these demolitions start to happen. What you see with this charade of this payment, these checks that are given out, and we've.
So why will people that are occupying on unapproved and illegal structures be compensated and relocated? So you just answer that question. So it's tantamount to saying that you recover a stolen vehicle from an armed robber, and then because the armed robber has had that stolen vehicle for a year, then you then pay him the value of that stolen vehicle for reasons that he will lose the enterprise of that vehicle. That is the argument that Chinedu Rhodes Vivour is making. That an armed robber who has been caught having ownership of a stolen vehicle for a year is then compensated for the value of that vehicle, because he will lose the enterprise of that vehicle if they take that vehicle from him and return it to his rightful and lawful owner. That's the argument that Chinedu Rhodes Vivour is making. People that are occupying illegal and unapproved structures, those illegal and unapproved structures have been demolished, and by Chinedu Rhodes Vivour's reckoning, by his reasoning, those people should be compensated and relocated to be rewarded them for building illegal structures. That is logic according to how it obtained in Anambra State, where Chinedu Rhodes Vivour comes from.
Seen videos of those residents coming out to say they are not part of it. The people that they've selected a small group of people to do this charade, right? So these people, a huge population reside there. And if the commissioner wants to say that the process, the buildings, they are illegal, what was Lagos State doing when the foundation and the structure started? Because I keep saying it with all these demolition situations.
And by the way, if anybody wants to come in, oh, I've dropped it now. And by the way, if anybody wants to come in now. I'll be leaving at the top of the hour because I need to do school runs and all that. So if about 2 people come in, then I'll just leave them to carry on their conversation. If nobody comes in, then we abandon it at the top of the hour, which is about half an hour from now.
Just about a month ago, and causing harm to their fellow citizens. You see a process that is not properly planned. You see a process that does not have any empathy associated with it. And then you see a charade where they now apparently giving out payments to cushion the effect of this thing that they are doing after demolitions have happened. Surely, if you have a proper plan, right, it will start at the local government level where interactions will be done with these communities. There should be a proper proposal for how they will move these people. Where are they being moved to? Where are these people that have lived here for so long going to be relocated to? All these will be done with conversations, payments made before these demolitions start to happen. What you see with this charade of this payment, these checks that are given out, and we've seen videos of those residents coming out to say they are not part of it. The people that they've selected a small group of people to do this charade, right? So these people, a huge population reside there. And if the commissioner wants to say that the process, the buildings, they are illegal, what was Lagos State doing when the foundation and the structure started? Because I keep saying it with all these demolition situations, there is no way you are going to build in Lagos, even in the bush in Ekpe, that somebody representative from government will not come and ask what is going on here, seek some kind of compensation or seek some.
And by the way, this guy Chinedu, this guy speaking right here, Chinedu Rhodes Vivour, he has no known discernible work history. By the way, if you look at his CV, it says Gbadebo Rhodes Vivour's work history includes roles as an architect, urban planner, and politician. He founded his own architectural firm, focused on affordable housing through innovative construction methods. He also has experience working with various architectural firms in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, sitting on several companies' boards and chairing the Rhodes Vivour Foundation. So all that are just words, but what is the actual practicality of those words? It says architectural practice founded the firm Spital techno something, which focuses on unconventional affordable constructions. International experience, works for Franklin Ellis Architecture in the United Kingdom, and was involved in a post-Hurricane Katrina rebuilding effort in New Orleans and the Beijing Olympics. And Nigerian firms worked with other Nigerian firms, etc., etc. They say will not work with, but work for. Project examples: his work on high-profile projects in Lagos includes the redesign of the Lagos Island waterfront and the revitalization of the National Art Theatre. So that's a lie, of course. His name has no attribution to the national. So this guy has no CV. He has no actual work experience, but he's telling us how things should be done in a normal climb. Or this is a semi. It's not a semi-illiterate, or because he claims to have gone to MIT, but he has no practical working experience of anything. But he wants to administer a state as complex as Lagos.
Some kind of tip or whatever, right? So the government is constantly aware of building structures that are happening. So how come is when it has gotten to the roof, people have lived there for over 10 years, you want to now come and destroy it? So for me, I feel that we must harp on the fact that we need affordable housing, right? Because what we see around Lagos is an intentionality for housing for the rich. But then some 5% of the people that live in Lagos are poor. We cannot constantly be.
You know, I hate that there are certain little buzzwords that I feel that they are subterfugal in their nature, and they grate on my nerves. An example of those words is this thing that this guy just said now, an intentionality of building for the rich. That word intentionality, it has no basis in any description. So if it says that you can say focus. What's the meaning of intentionality other than to appear woke and to see to hint that you are Gen Z? And even how old is this guy, by the way? Let's even check his age. He's not a Gen Z. He's not a Gen anything. He's probably around about my age, I suspect. How old is how old is Chinedu Rhodes Vivour? It's a 42-year-old man and he's still using words like intentionality and all this newfangled woke language.
Pushing people aside for development, pushing people aside for development. Where is the intentionality to house the poor that cannot afford to live in 150 million naira flats or townhouses, which make up the majority of Lagos and which serve most of the staffing requirements, power this economy, right? They cannot all be forced to live under bridges and be paying rent.
All right, okay. Let me talk about that, because the reason that has been given for this particular demolition, amongst the others, is that it's to make room.
Is this girl Yoruba, by the way? It's my suspicion that she's not. I think she has a Yoruba first name, but as ever with those people from the creeks, they always try to hide under some Yoruba first name. But I suspect that she's from the creeks. Maybe she's from. It's all of my betting that this girl is from Bendel State.
For environmental or just to demolish illegal buildings, but there's a bigger agenda, isn't there? Is it urbanization? So what is going to be done with that land? Is it going to be left fallow so that it can be free? That's number one. The second part is around compensation. So the DG of the Lagos State Building Control Agency had said that they'd begun to pay compensation. About 80 people have been compensated between 3 million to 5 million naira. Is this sufficient enough? What is the long-term impact? And how do we prevent demolitions like this that happen at midnight from occurring again?
Again, let's start from your last question. This is absolute lawlessness because there's a judgment. If the state wants its citizenry to respect the rule of law, they must show that example that they also subject themselves to the rule of law. Second of all, from my sources on the ground and people that are in that community, they say that land has already been shared. This is potentially going to be prime water-facing development that none of the people there are going to be able to afford to live there. And development can be inclusive. So
beyond the legal structures, there's actually a plan for the land.
There's significant plans for the land.
So there's an interest on that land.
Oh, certainly. And it's going to be extremely valuable land.
But that's according to Chinedu, by the way. So I'm not quite sure that there's an official position on the status of that land. And I'm not even sure what the legality of the ownership of the people whose houses were demolished are. But according to Chinedu Rhodes Vivour, who is trying to put a political slant and put his own inflection on it, the lands have been shared. He'll probably say that Sheyi Tinubu, he will probably meet on Sheyi Tinubu now.
In the near future. But this is the thing, right? You can have inclusive development. Nobody is against development, but people should also have a pride of place. On the most expensive streets in London, Mayfair, there's council housing, there's council apartments in those buildings, right? In those buildings. So even if you are living next door to the richest man in England, you also have access.
So how has he progressed the conversation to that space that you should have a demographic mix in even in posh areas? So the story started with illegal and unapproved structures being demolished, and I'm not even sure that the most ardent obedient will argue too strongly that illegal and unapproved structures be demolished. So he's now introduced his own bias on the conversation and is now leveraging that bias to then go into a space of moral sanctimony. So he's told us now that they are going to share the house amongst the rich, which is not an official position of anybody or anything documented. Now, having now told us that the houses are going to be shared amongst the rich, is now leveraging that moral outrage to be sanctimonious. Can you see? It's just wild.
Yes, because it's about inclusive development. It's not anti-poor. Yes, it might not be the entire building, but a percentage is kept for you to even have planning approval. And this is what we are talking about. When I was campaigning, I talked about an idea of a luxury development tax. Those funds are supposed to be used directly to fund low-cost housing, right? So that if there's a pari passu where you are not just taking care of the rich, you're also taking care of the people that cannot afford it. Rents in Nigeria are extremely expensive. Rents in Lagos, especially, are extremely expensive. When you are giving somebody...
Look, look at where the conversation has landed now. From unapproved and illegal structures being demolished, is now talking about rent in Lagos. So, what is the correlation? He has made some obscure, personalized narrative, some obfuscating narrative that has no substance, and is leveraging that as the solid ground to then take a morally sanctimonious stance. Can you see? It's just it's beyond. It's almost like an art form. The capacity of these people to obfuscate, to divert, to misdirect, and then to lie.
About 2 million, 3 million. How long did that last for rent in Lagos State? If
You can't even pay electricity bills.
exactly, you go and get a self-contained now. Even in places like Amuodofin, your agent fees and everything comes to almost 500,000. Your rent is almost 500,000. You have already gone 1 million.
Yeah.
1 million, and then say we're looking at November. See how fast this year has gone.
So what would compensation look like? It was because the Lagos State government, I don't think they can afford to give people 20 million.
So why exactly? What is the underpinning rationale behind compensating people that have built illegal and unapproved structures, and the government then goes in to demolish them? What would be the basis for that compensation?
Million naira each.
The issue is the cost that they are going to sell this land eventually. The cost that they're going to sell properties on this eventually can take care of people being compensated properly. You look at the plans that they had for Makoko, the sand filling that was going to happen there. Townhouses and flats were selling for 150 million. That's what they priced their feasibility of that project on. So if you're going to sell properties for that price, and you see how much developments cost in Nigeria now, in Lagos, go and check price of housing, then surely if you're going to evict or move people out, compensate them properly. You can.
Okay, you've talked about this. Let's go straight to, you said they have shared.
Yeah.
Who did they share this property to? Do we have people involved that they shared this property to? Secondly, can you tell us more about that judgment? Because I think Frim Falan also spoke about the judgment that the government is violating. Has anybody tried to file a contempt? Because this is a violation of court judgment.
Yes.
Or they are going to use their power to possible. But who did they share this property for? Because I've also seen this pattern. I remember how some people came to tell me about the police barracks in Ikoyi. That was how they uprooted people to, and they pay about 2 million thereabout to some people. That's all gone. I mean, we don't know what they're going to do with that place. That place is all open land now. So increasingly, all these prime positions, because Oworoshoki is actually a prime position with water from about 15 minutes to the island, and it's got a good return on investment. So who did they share this property to? And tell us about that conjoinment.
So to be honest with you, information I have about sharing properties from people that live there, I cannot speak.
You see? So there it is right there. To be honest with you, I just made it up. So he's not now able to defend that position, but he has based all of his, for the last 5 minutes, he has based all of his moral sanctimony on the fact that they shared those lands. They shared those lands. So now, having now been pushed a little bit, then who were those lands shared to? He suddenly then makes the admission that he just made it all up, that it's all a lie. And that, of course, from the Anambra Yoruba man, Chinedu Rhodes Vivour.
People, that's all gone. I mean, we don't know what they're going to do with that place. That place is all open land now. So increasingly, all these prime positions, because Oworoshoki is actually a prime position with water from about 15 minutes to the island, and it's got a good return on investment. So who did they share this property to? And tell us about that conjoinment.
So to be honest with you, information I have about sharing properties from people that live there, I cannot speak factually about it. I was there by those meetings. People that live there have said that the ballet.
So exactly. I was never part of any understanding. It's just some random something that somebody told me, which in itself is a lie, and he has based a whole essay around this very shaky grounds of something that never happened, a total lie that he made up just to leverage it as a launching pad to launch a series of lies.
Has taken some, the ruler of that community has taken some land, government has taken some, more people in government, and then other private stakeholders. And ultimately, it's like pregnancy, you can only hide it for so long. We are going to eventually see and understand who has taken these lands. But aside that, your second question was
the court judgment.
The court judgment, yes.
Tell us more about that court
That
judgment.
court judgment was supposed to restrain government, like you said when you introduced it, from carrying on these demolitions. Now, the issue with these demolitions, first of all, it started over almost 2 weeks.
So now you have to be a bit reticent whenever you hear the word court judgment in Nigeria. You have to be very reticent and take it with a pinch of salt. So when they say court judgment, then your next question is to ask if that is the latest court judgment. And I have my reasons. We have antecedents in this. So if you go to the Nnamdi Kanu space for a micro moment, the Nnamdi Kanu space will tell you that, oh, the court have released Nnamdi Kanu, but the government refused to adhere to that court judgment because they are violators of the law and they have no respect for the courts. But that's not strictly true. The appeal court may have inferred that Nnamdi Kanu should be released, but the Supreme Court has now told Nnamdi Kanu to go back to the lower court and address his case. So that is the latest, most preeminent, that is the active court judgment in play, the court judgment of the Supreme Court. So the Nnamdi Kanu space will tell you that the courts have released him, which is somewhat of a 1% truth in terms of the course of his journey through the court system, but the active court judgment in play does not release Nnamdi Kanu. It actually sends him back to the lower court to go and face his trial. So whenever you hear the word court judgment within the Nigerian paradigm, take it with a pinch of salt.
Weeks ago, where people, even more than that, when people were coming at night and demolishing people's buildings, right? And you had people, I remember when I went there was a gentleman that was talking about how he's a foundational member of APC and everything he has in his life was in that building and it was completely destroyed. Like everything he had in life was in that building, completely destroyed. So there was a judgment that was supposed to restrain that from happening and for proper dialogue and conversation to happen that shall happen in the first place. Because I believe if you are going to compensate people that live somewhere, it's because you have already done all those processes. They've been carried along. Relocation plans have been met. Even I remember earlier or last year when they were demolishing.
All right. I think we've had sufficient enough of that. I will be leaving at the top of the hour, which is another 10 minutes thereabout. But we've got Kenny in the house. So unless Ola is there, Ola, if you are listening, if you want to come in and take it over, you can, or Patoski or whoever. But in the absence of that, we'll be ending it at the top of the hour. So we have Kenny joining us. So Kenny, what are you making of this Igbo man picking his bidding nose into Lagos politics?
Well, man, give me 1 second. 1 second.
All right. I think Kenny is out and about. So let's just watch a little bit more, and then when Kenny is ready, he'll let us know.
Same thing. I said, if you want to do this thing, there is no reason why you don't have a positive process where even in their moving of their things, the state can actually support that, right? Because you have actually consulted and you have handled things properly. When you come like a thief in the night.
Proven that those people don't own the land, they didn't get the approval. And because if you are saying the state should support them, and you're also talking about a court judgment restricting the demolition.
Yes.
So is that there's a fair complaint that the people already know they don't want it, that they will still demolish anyway?
No, I mean, if there is a court judgment against demolition, then, and if the government is paying compensation, then that means people have rights to that land. Now, unfortunately, think about what it takes to even get planning approval in Lagos State, the process of it. Think about what it takes to formalize your land titling. Right? There's lots of people that own land that has been bought directly from the Bale or directly from families that own that land. They might not have officially gotten the C of O for that place. But the issue here is this: government is supposed to be considerate of the welfare of its people. It cannot just be focused on greed.
The real residents that were paid compensation or phantom residents.
So that's the issue. The people that live there have come out to say that they have not received any compensation. That the people that I.
Well, how would you compensate somebody that is building something that is unapproved and illegal? What was so sorry about last night, John. My internet collapsed and I couldn't retrieve it until this morning, until when I woke up. So I was halfway through introducing last night's session and the internet just collapsed. Never happened before. Sometimes it will dip and come back within 3-5 minutes, but yesterday it just wiped out. So that was what happened. But we got Prince Daddy in the house. So Prince Daddy, what are you making of the raw meat eating Igbo man weighing heavily on Lagos politics? Prince Daddy.
Hello, one man.
Good morning.
Chinedu is Yoruba man. Good morning.
Chinedu is Yoruba man. What about Abubakar? Abubakar Musa, is he?
It's an ethnic man. Now, I just got the conversation in the middle here. What is this gripe now? What is he complaining about?
No, there were houses demolished in Oworonshoki, which is a predominantly Yoruba area of Lagos State. Even it's quite a thing saying one part of Lagos is Yoruba and one part is not. The entirety of Lagos is Yoruba, of course, but it's a predominantly Yoruba resident area. So we were just querying now why Peter Obi has not led his posse to go and attack Lagos State for demolishing Yoruba houses. But anytime that anybody looks at an Igbo man the wrong way in Lagos, is there with an army threatening to burn Lagos down. So we started with that. But then he has put forward now this Chinedu to go and attack that space. But what is the narrative of Chinedu? So these are illegal structures. They are unapproved and illegal, and they've been demolished by the state government. But he's insisting then that they should be compensated. So why would you compensate somebody? And I was drawing the analogy then that an armed robber steals a car, uses it for 1 year. The authorities get him and get the car off him. Do they then compensate him for loss of that car, which is essentially the analogy that our man from Anambra State is putting forward? So as ever, talking gibberish, our Brazilian Igbo man that purports to be a Yoruba man.
Yeah, I think it even said that an APC member that his house was maybe demolished complained also. So it's not I guess not an issue of a party line or ethnicity or tribe. It's what the Lagos State government has deemed fit to do. Okay. And as considering Lagos population and the growth and all these things going on, I think we should expect more demolitions coming along the way, quite frankly. It's just a matter course of things. I mean, the place is too congested.
Sorry, Prince. Ola to I'm being saying, Mufelogbo Morning School, Joe. Remember about 20 minutes, but carry on. Ola will coordinate. So Ola comparable. Sorry, just carry on the conversation. But yeah, carry on.
Greeting one man before you leave. Greeting.
Yes. Greetings to you. I just want to do a quick school run and then I'll be back. But Ola is here. But Prince Daddy, your friend, is here. Kenny, so just carry on as you normally do.
I'm here too.
Right. Okay.
Yes, please carry on without any fight. Please go ahead.
Well, no fight from me.
No fight.
What's going on in Lagos? I said we should expect more demolition along the way coming up. The place is too congested. A lot of things have been done so in a wrong way for a long time. And it's only a decent government, responsible government would do the right thing eventually. They can't continue on that path. The poor structures or construction done in the past, because it was done and it's been there for such a long time, doesn't mean that 10, 20, 30
What's
years
going
later,
on? No sound?
Nobody can hear me?
We can hear you. I
can
think
hear
a
you.
comparable fact, he has been having challenges with the system.
Since last week, we've been having challenges. Since last week. This California man.
Fake phone.
He may not be using phone. Some of us use computers straight.
Okay.
Right.
as I was saying, Lagos State, even though those construction been there for those buildings or structures have been there for such a long time, 20, 30, 40 years, whatever, when the government feels that, it's time to do something about it, I think they can go ahead and do, demolish those structures. And I think that's what's going on right now. And just like I said, we should expect more demolition coming up in the near future. That place is too congested. A lot of things have been done poorly or wrongly. So, it is what's in the news right now. Quite frankly, it's to me, it's sad for those people that are going to lose that livelihood and their residents. It is sad, but it is what it is.
From Daddy.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know why Nigerians, especially Lagos State, I don't know why people play politics with everything, things like this. Things like this shouldn't make the headline news, and it's only Arise News that will entertain people like Rhodes Vivour. To be honest with you, like Riley said, yeah, the place is congested. There are so many places that they need to demolish without even people telling them. They need to call people to come. Look at, if you go to Idumota, you see the building. It's like it's like it's going to fall down on its own. Building, they'll do like 10-story building, and it will bend. It's like it's going to fall on top of each other. Now, if they demolish that kind of building, people will start playing politics, start crying. Oh, they don't put human face on this. They don't do this. They should demolish all Lagos states and rebuild the place if it's necessary.
You see, unfortunately, I disagree with you. To be honest, I don't necessarily agree. Okay. The thing is this: I think many of us are stakeholders in Lagos, and some of us we have properties in Lagos, and government may wake up tomorrow and find any reason, and I tell you, they will have valid reasons, even for those people that build their houses properly, to take a lot of things away. See, this is where I see it. And thankfully, we're in democracy now, and I think we should be doing things properly. And we should be delegating the real agency. A person like me, I've never been an advocate of the states having authority, even though the state is in charge of land. I think the issue of planning and supervision should be delegated to the local government, so that when people are violating right from the time they are building, they'll be able to monitor. Over times we left things unplanned in Lagos, and people just build the way they like, and government is just waking up now, which is unfortunate. So I think now going forward, the government should just make sure they do things properly. And those people that were responsible for
what I said.
No, where I disagree is this: when they were building all those houses, like Rhodes Vivour said, where were the government officials?
It's been built, yes.
So in my own childish opinion, if government want to demolish anything in Lagos today, they should compensate. Forget the idea of not
doing that now
is wrong. They should compensate, and when they are compensating, the compensation should be adequate. If you are demolishing someone, maybe bungalow, if it is mass low income housing you want to build somewhere, and give to them in a replacement like what that one they did, they should go ahead and do that. So I know. Go ahead. Sakeni, go ahead. I think you wanted to speak.
Well, wait for Kenny. Go ahead, Kenny.
Sorry. Yes. You see, what I want to talk about, it's not even about the demolition of this thing. I'm glad that because when they demolish the building in that belong to that those Igbo people are trading in trade fair, everybody was shouting. He was everywhere. Internet was you know what I mean? There's chaos everywhere. But now they demolish a place that 99.9% belongs to Yoruba people. Nobody's crying. You understand? Everybody is taking it to the chin. So why? And if those areas that they demolish now, if is there that Igbo are living, they will say they're targeting Igbo. Are they targeting Yoruba now? It's a shame on those Igbo people that come out on any platform, because Lagos State is trying to develop its own space, and they're trying to condemn it, make it become turn it to ethnic stuff, right? Now, if the place is flooded, they'll be the first person, to turn off their camera and start making video. That see your Lagos State is flooded, see your Lagos State, they'll make it all sorts of videos. It's a shame on them. You know what I mean? Lagos State put them wrong that they are not biased when it comes to them do the right thing. I'm in support of this 100%. This is not about you be Igbo or you be Hausa or you be. But it's only those people that always come out and talk rubbish. You understand? It's only them. Shame on them, all of them, from beginning to the end, including Obi. They're all hypocrites. They're idiots. You understand? I'll be expecting Obi to come out and carry his own people from House of Rep and the Senate and start marching the street of Oroshoki and say, look at now. But it's a shame. It's a pity that people believe in that idiot. It's a pity that people are still following him. Is the kind of people that are going to put in place to rule us? People that they only believe in themselves only. Anything but not Igbos. Anything but Igbos. You know what I mean? It's so sad. That's why when you see me, I speak this way, because it's a sad story to see a portion of my country, of people of my country coming out, when even if they kill a fly, a common fly, or kill a sissy, all you do, they will come out. They'll come out and complain. No, they don't kill it. Why you do? Why? Why must you descend so low to this level? Because of what? Because of politics. Because you want to become president. We say you can never be. And today now, you're going to see people, they will come on this line or this live now and start talking gibberish, talking rubbish. You know what I'm saying? It's so sad. I'm happy that this happened in Oroshoki, and they're still going to do more. So shame, I'm repeating again, shame on you, the Igbos. Shame on you. I'll stop at that.
Okay. Prince Daddy, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. So I didn't know they are compensating these people actually. I thought if the structures were put there illegally, why is the government compensating the owners? I mean, am I mistaken here? I mean, what is the basis for compensation? If the structure was there illegally, unless the government is trying to take the land for public use, of course they have to compensate the people. But if those structures are there illegally in the first place, why are they taking taxpayers' money to pay for it?
Okay.
You know?
Trump Daddy, government is just being government. They are just putting human face to it, just to compensate you feel your pain.
Let's look at it this way. You understand? Armed robber came to your neighborhood, and you decided to pay that armed robber, and someone now arrived and told you that, okay, why didn't you just arrest? You shouldn't have paid the person. You understand? Government now came later, where government was now saying, okay, you shouldn't have paid. When government on their own fail to perform their own duty. You see, part of what government should do is just to provide you affordable housing, right? Government failed, and people start using their own money to build some kind of chalet they live, and that's how they survive.
Sorry, you will continue.
Just hold on. Those land that you think they build illegally, all those things we are talking about. The fact remains that people who owns the land, and the owners of the
No, no,
land
no.
sold the land.
The argument you should make is that, are you saying, allow me please, are you saying that when those structures were put there illegally, they actually got a permission, fraudulently or otherwise, from the government officials to build those structures? Is that what you're saying?
See, the thing in
No, no,
our
is that what you're
environment is
saying?
this. Wait, the thing in our environment is this. One thing is for government to grant permission. Another thing is for government to send the agencies, their agents to go and supervise. We don't have that thing in Nigeria. We hardly have all those things in that country,
Well,
especially
but
during
that
the
doesn't give
military.
you the right to violate the law or commit crime because the government is not there. I mean, it's still
Yeah,
not a complete justification.
I got what you are saying. I totally got what you are saying. But let me tell you one thing. Even you know that even in a very organized job, if you do not even supervise, you understand. It's just like we are constructing road in Nigeria today. If your money is not on ground, and if it's not sending some quality control people, you understand. If the construction company itself are not putting some quality control people on ground, just to make sure that the quality conform, you will find some kind of things that will just wait away from the design quality. That is the same way in town planning. In this environment we
I
have,
know
you and I are here.
you're acknowledging, so you're supporting disobedience, you're supporting illegality.
No,
That's
no.
where I
This one
think
is not a matter. This one is not a matter for obedience or
see,
whatever.
even in hold on, in the West where
I'm
you live,
talking like a
sometimes
property owner myself. See,
sometimes
no.
Is your
See,
house demolished, Ola? Is your house demolished?
it doesn't matter. Government can wake up and come to anybody's house tomorrow. Forget that story.
no,
See,
no.
let,
They can,
O-
but
let,
they
O-
let,
will
let,
still
Ola,
let,
take
let,
it
okay.
let,
because they need
let-
the
What
land,
is
not
your
because.
point? What is your point? Let us ask him, Prince. What is your point, Ola?
the thing is this. The thing is this. Whenever going forward, whenever government want to demolish any structure, we were not there before to enforce the law. You are supposed to enforce. When you want things to make law, and another thing is for you to enforce. Enforcement is a key component of any law you make.
I agree with you.
If you fail to perform your duty, you too should not be like a saint. Whenever you want to do something,
Ola,
accept
Ola,
your responsibilities.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I think you are also aware that so many times you see people starting construction of a building, and you see they come and put that cross, that red color cross, stop work or stop construction.
Yes,
And you see
yes,
people, they will just go and plaster it or they will put paint on it and they will continue whatever they are doing. We all know
yes.
the nature
You are
of
correct.
Nigeria. We know the nature of our people. Just today, I read about Amotekun, this Amotekun people now being spy for bandits, and they were paying them 150,000 naira every month for spying for bandits. Can you imagine that? You know, if you know that this thing that you are doing is illegal, but you have people that are supposed to enforce it, they come to you, you bribe them, and they go. Don't you know that you are postponing the evil day? You understand?
A lot of
You
it
know,
doesn't grab.
so and Allah, you cannot tell me that you are not aware that that is the way an average Nigerian behave.
Um,
I've given you an example of let me say I've given you an example. I think I've said it several times on this platform where I'm using for my fish farming in Lorry. The land belongs to government, but some people sold that land to us. We bought it, they collected money from us. I did the survey. When I went to register the survey, that was when they told me that the land that I wanted to register is actually for government. So I didn't put any permanent structure on it. But some people are still using that land today. They are putting structure on it. And government and they know. Everybody know. And they are still continue putting structure on it. So eventually when it now happens, you not tell me that, what is government looking at? Why did they allow them to be doing all this? You know, we cannot be using two wrongs to make two wrongs cannot be right in Nigeria. If you continue this
Yeah.
way, I don't even know the kind of country that we are doing. We are okay. Say what you want to say, Pinzadi.
Just briefly. So, I mean, using a last analogy. So, someone knows it's illegal to rob people, to steal, right? So because the police doesn't come, or the police don't come to a certain neighborhood, it gives them the right to rob people and steal from people, and because the government is not enforcing the law, the police are not there. And do we accept that in society? Oh, that's okay. Police are not going to come here, or they don't come to this area, so it's okay to do criminality. I don't think
When
so.
they are eventually caught, and now it's okay. Ah, they've been doing this for long now. What have they been looking at?
Exactly. That's what Allah is saying, and that's when you want to destroy society. It doesn't work that way.
See, let me tell you what you are missing out in all this. See, normally when you want to open a new community, the presence of the government is supposed to be there. You put your survey, you put water channel where there will be electricity.
Ola,
Normally in the
don't
street.
talk within the limitation of our society. Talk within the
Hey, now
limitation.
just wait. Now you've spoken your own. Let me speak my own. I'm telling you that our government is failing, and we are just pushing into people just because they move away. The thing is, this where my property is. The likelihood of government going there to demolish is almost non-existent, except maybe they want to use it for the purpose of because maybe there's natural disaster or whatever. But then if there's anybody that has spoken that the entire Lagos over time will be reconstructed because of the future economic danger, I've said that in here. I've been saying it for more than 3 years. But we have to start even holding government responsible for them not to be there for the people. Because look at it this way. Normally, part of the duties of the government is to provide accommodation, like a housing security for the people, but they are never there. Even if you are waiting for them, they are not likely to come. So even if you try to present your approval in some cases, you have to use money to even push through approval for them to even approve a plan for you. Hold on, sir. Let me just round off this one. So what I'm saying is this: governments will just disappear when they are doing this thing. You understand? And just appear any day government want to use something. You understand? This government we are talking about, they don't forget that, like someone said, they are collecting taxes from this area for them to even know that all these structures are illegal. What I'm saying is that our government too should be helping the citizens to make sure that they should not be putting structure where they are not supposed to put structure. That's what I'm saying. So the blames go to both the citizen and the government. So we don't
Hey,
absorb.
but Ola,
Can I come in, Ola, please?
no, let me finish
Come in if
what
you
I
can
want
hear
to
me.
say, please. Well, can you hear me? Comparable.
Comparable is not hearing. It's not hearing us. That's the challenge.
No, I can
Hey,
hear
but
you. I can hear you. I keep on getting it. I'm keep on getting
Okay.
a phone call from my phone interrupting me. I can hear you. I just want to talk, but whenever you give me the time, please.
Okay,
Ola,
come in
you
after
blame
Simba.
the government now. Ola, why should people know that okay, you are doing something that you know that it can backfire later? Why do you need to do it? Then later on, you will now be blaming government for not for allowing you to do it. Why should you behave like that?
See, I keep telling you something. If everybody will behave very well, there will be no enforcement, there will be no penalty. So we just be living. It is just because these problems exist within our socialization, within our communities. That is why you have all those rules and the enforcement to start with. You understand? If people will behave very well, for example, why will you spend money hiring police? If people will do things right, why will you set up a regional and urban planning?
Okay. Okay,
You
Ola.
understand? So
If you now misbehave, wait now, and the consequence now come, then why do you need to cry? let's say you are not caught immediately, you are, but later the law now catches up with you. So why do you need to cry then? Because you
let,
knew
let, let,
that what you are
let
doing
me
is wrong.
let me tell you one thing. This thing is easier said now, just because we are not even looking at the danger of the government not be on the street to enforce. If this is some kind of ecological disaster now that people built on water channel and there was a major disaster and people pie, you understand, along the line and including the big men, all those stuff, we won't be talking this way. You understand? The question is this: when you are doing this, the same energy that government will use to enforce this thing in area like Ikoyi, in area like VI and the news, you understand? They should as well go to all those areas and use the same energy. But don't ignore.
Okay,
If
a lot.
government cannot
See, you
ignore
know,
those people
we
of
don't
Victoria
live
Island
in
and all those stuff enforce
hold
properly,
on,
then go to all those localities and enforce properly. Don't just
a lot.
allow them to build. You collect
Guys, can I contribute?
go ahead,
Yeah, hold on,
Papa.
Prestige. So even in the West that you live a lot, there's no 100% government how do you put it, accountability or enforcement in everything. Um, so you trying to hold Nigeria or Lagos State government to be there 100% for the people, especially in a densely populated area like Lagos that demands a lot of resources and this and that. You know what you're advocating is not the right way to go about it. And I would listen to your argument or your proposition if you were saying that, hey, is the government that dropped the ball in the first place. Why does food put up those illegal structure? And then I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. The government should be responsible, compensate the people adequately, and do right by the people. But people deliberately breaking the law because they think, and most of these people they know better. They know better actually because before they erect the structure, they probably done some legwork and they've been told this and that. But just like Simba said, we know ourselves. A lot of times you pretend like you're a white man. We know ourselves and we know right from wrong, but we choose to do what's always expedient for us, you know, to always want to break the law and do mago mago here and there. So let's just keep it real. Let's keep it real.
Praise Daddy, praise Daddy. I will come to you. I don't think you understand what is happening in Lagos State anyway. Comparable facts. Please go ahead. I will come back to your statement, Daddy.
All right, greetings everybody. Sorry for that. Keep on going on. So let me begin. I'm going to come to this subject in two parts, but before I begin, I just want to make a statement. I think some people, don't look at things in the lens of what we are talking about. They're still living in their bigotry life and something like that. This is the subject we're talking about. This particular area, my understanding is being occupied predominantly Yoruba, the Awori, the Ebites. So that should have been the subject we're talking about. But some people are not very happy, with themselves. So whenever they come to a national platform, they want to, they want to verse out their unhappy life to a platform to spew nonsense instead of directing the point to what we are talking about. So let's go. Like I said, I'm gonna come to do this different point. I'm gonna come from the government point of view, from what I have read, and then I'm gonna come from the resident point of view. Then I'm gonna give my own opinion. So what actually the government says is that the demolition was necessary because many of the structures, were illegally built without proper approval. They talk about drainage, waterway, and some other, obstructions. They say they need to, regenerate all this urban area, and they have given them warning many, many years in advance. You know, they also claim that they have started compensation began. But that has not been verified. That it could be true. The fact is in between. And the government claim that they follow due process. And they cannot be blamed. Because of the structure were indeed illegal. So the question when it comes to that, no, the question who gave them the permit to begin with. But another issue when it comes to the resident, they say the way this demolition was carried at night when people are still sleeping, that's when all this is going on. And there had been a court, there had been a court injunction almost about 80 residents, but the government, this is the problem with Nigeria, they don't obey the law. The government went ahead, and start their, start the demolition. I mean, even people claim that, the affected people, the occupants, who have a deep tie to this area, they did not receive any, they did not receive any warning. They wasn't informed. And they claim there's no compensation going on. So this is a two-pole. We don't know who is right. But when it comes to Nigeria, who do I believe when it comes to something like that? I don't trust Nigerian government in all ramifications. And I'm gonna give you an example later, about what's actually going on with our football, the scandal that is rocking Nigeria right now when it comes to money that fever and cap donated, they have not used the money. So that's a different subject. I will talk on that later. But let me talk about my opinion. Is it legitimate for what they are doing? Well, this is my strictly opinion, okay? If the structure were built illegally without no approval, maybe they're in the waterway, the drainage, maybe post rate, flooding, collapsing. Yeah, government has has a good, they have a good point in trying to demolish this area for safety and infrastructure purpose, But procedure and fairness. I mean, is it fair the way they are doing it? Is it lawful? I don't know, because there's 2.2. They said they gave them warning long time ago, and nothing has happened. So nobody actually know, because the truth is in between when it comes to Nigeria. You don't know who to you don't know who to believe. Everything about Nigeria is kind of half baked. If there's a fairness and the document and government can come out and say, okay, we have won them years ago because of, like I said, government has right to do what they're doing. If it actually everything was illegal and they need to develop that area, certain part of Lagos need development, and it's a welcome thing. But there has to be a balance. People need to be compensated. I think it's easier for us because we are living in diaphragm. Do you know care? It's easier for us to come here and say, oh no, they need to demolish it. But we are not in Nigeria. I mean, people build houses according to what I heard. Like I said, I don't have the fact. Most of the houses, they demolished like about 2 million, 3 million. And how much are they being compensated? Some of them said about 800 naira or whatever, something like that. So are they going to be duly compensated? This is that's where I'm having a problem. We need to think if this is actually affecting us. I don't have any problem. If government wants to develop that area, they want to demolish it, but do it properly, do it structurally, and compensate the people. Believe me, you can't tell me that if somebody house. Hold on, let me land. Hold on. You can't tell me somebody house. Let me finish. You can't tell me somebody has worth 1 million, right? And you compensate them, maybe 2 million or 1.5 million. Are you going to tell me do it in a right way, find a place for them to stay, temporary? Are you going to tell me they're going to be complaining? Come on now. Let's be factual. Let's think about it if this is us. So go ahead, Simbad.
Okay, the question I want to ask you is, okay, you said that there was a court injunction, but the government was saying that, okay, there was no court injunction. Two, you are saying that, okay, they should be compensated. Why do you need to compensate somebody that have an illegal building?
Do you have a proof to say that they have a? How did they? Okay. How did they build it?
No,
Remember?
wait.
Wait a
If I
minute.
build a house,
This is
wait
not even
now.
somebody from another state that went and reside there. And I give you the history of that place. Being occupied. These are people who own the land.
Wait. It's not this thing. Don't put emotion into this. And
I'm
don't
not putting
make
emotion.
somebody.
I'm going by this. The people that own that place are the Iwori and the Ewa people.
Wait,
they've been living before you was born.
Wait now. Whether it was constructed 40 or 50 years ago doesn't really matter. It doesn't change whether it is legal or illegal. Duration does not mean anything. What I'm asking you is that if I have documents that back up my claim, if somebody demolished my house illegally, I will take the person to court. It's not for me to come
which court?
Here.
Nigerian court? Come on now. No, don't make me laugh.
You see what you are saying now. Why can't you be objective?
No, I don't believe in Nigerian court. Judiciary in Nigerian court is
Simba, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Some people are missing it. You see, where they demolish buildings, sometimes you would think all of them they are illegal. It's not always true. This is the way it is. Now, if
Ola,
government
I'm
want
not
to
saying what you get my point.
just hold
What
on,
I'm saying is this. What
just
I'm
hold on,
saying is this. If
hold
you
on.
have, if your own, if you think your building was demolished wrongly by government, and you have all the documents, let me give you for example when Aregbe was actually demolishing houses in Osun State, people were shouting, and what he said is that if you want to be compensated, bring all your documents. Most people could not even present their documents. They don't have.
You see that you see that as a problem. Let me say that's the problem. Let's see, you see what they call government here. Let me tell you something. If this one were to happen in Canada, for example, I'm giving an example. You wanted to go to reserve area where you know, because here we have something you call convention, then you have different, they have different terminology you use. Now, if you want to go to the reserve, assuming those reserve now are where the indigenous people live, and maybe they be doing their things for a very long time, that they be building their houses within their own area, that okay, their cultural things is just to build anyhow. Any day government want to get to that place and say these structures are not okay, just because you've not enforced anything there, government will not just go there, where are your papers, and you start demolishing. Now, in that Ogun State, in that Ogun State we are talking about now, some people, they've got their house since 50s. You understand? If you go to my own village in Ekiti as we speak today, now you understand, the existence of building approval never, it's non-existence. Even when you want to even get approval, the maximum you are going to get in some area is that maybe you just get an architect to build your house for you and to design for you, and your structural engineer. In most cases, you won't see the existence of government giving you approval to build there. Now, let's assume that someone now wake up in maybe 30 years time now. I want to demolish houses in my village. It's not asking for paper. These are the things that the people in that my hometown, they are not used to. So we need to understand how we exist in that country before we are now just start believing that we just want to start saying bringing some kind of some high level discipline.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you are when you are. It's right from me. As even when I was born, I've been growing up. I've been seeing people having. I know that there was a sense of town planning. People who go and have plans for their house and all those things. So I don't know at what point in Nigeria. Maybe you are talking about the 18 something that you are talking about.
My grandpa house
Okay,
used to be
Simba, let me ask you something.
approval.
Let's talk about timing and
So,
transparency.
but you cannot be using what happened in your village to compare Lagos now.
That's not
Ola,
the
we cannot be
No,
doing this thing.
that's not the point.
we're talking about
Me
his
tell you.
village. We're talking about the
Okay,
current subject. So
see,
stick with the
let
present
me tell you
subject,
this.
okay?
No,
Are you
Prince
listening,
Daddy,
Simba? We're having
hold
a
on,
good
comparative
conversation.
facts.
Are you
Hold on,
listening?
comparative facts. Hold on, comparative facts. Prince Daddy went away
Simba,
with a narrative that I did. Your this thing so don't start again because you don't even hear us.
Simba.
You are not even your system is failing you. So Simba, the Prince Daddy
Yes,
went
I'm
with the
listening.
narrative that
Okay.
I don't want him to.
Okay, I don't know what's going on, whether it's my phone. But if you listen, let me know. Can you hear me?
Can
So
you hear us? That's the question. Can you hear us?
can you
Yes, I
hear
can
us?
hear you.
Then if you can
Okay,
hear
we
us,
can hear you. So you are okay
Okay.
then.
So let's go. Let me ask you a question. I mean, in terms of timing and transparency, okay? I mean, the point I'm trying to make, were they giving, enough notice, for this demolition? And how can you say you start demolition before payment when people has already been displaced? How is that right way to do it? Is that constitutional?
The
Even at
payment,
all,
the
let's
payment that
assume
they
it's
are
an illegal
making.
structure. Is that the right way to do it?
Let me ask you. The payment they are making, are they saying that they are paying them for the house demolished, or government is just assisting them to maybe
How do
just token
government
for
doesn't
them
even
to?
have any accountability? Which houses are illegal,
No,
which houses
why are
are
you
not
shifting?
illegal? They just
Why are you
they
saying
just put
what?
everybody together.
Wait now. You ask a question. You said
Okay.
they are compensating. what the money that they are giving them, did they say that, okay, this money is for the house demolished?
It's supposed to be. Is that not what's supposed to be? When you
Don't
demolish my
assume
property.
now. Why are you just assuming? They did
I
not,
don't know, but I'm
government did not,
asking you. Is
wait
that not
now,
supposed to be for
government
the
did
house
not
demolished?
claim, they did not say they are compensating them for the house demolished. Why do you, why is it reasonable for somebody to be giving somebody 1 million or 2 million naira for a whole house in Lagos?
So your point is that because it's illegal, they should not be due for compensation. Is that your point?
Oh, so you want them to, because if you build an illegal house and government demolish it, you still want to be compensated for that?
That's human. That's human. In this situation of humanity, let's compensate people.
Oh, okay.
Come on now,
Okay, we
Simba.
want
Don't
rule
take
of
yourself.
law.
Think about other people because you are doing okay. I mean,
What you are doing is not something that is
no, no,
supposed
no.
to
You
be
need to,
said. Don't put
Simba. You need to
emotion.
have a
We are,
human compassion.
we are
Okay.
talking. It's not about emotion. It's not about
It's
emotion
not
now.
about emotion. It's about human compassion. Human compassion. You don't have that.
So if anybody that does wrong, so should be compensated in Nigeria, and that is why we are where we are. So you thief, bandit, to kidnappers, terrorists, to everybody, you just the can everybody free for all. Continue if that is what is the kind of nation that you are clamoring for.
But my point is about fairness. You need
Good
to.
point.
I
It's
mean,
not, but is there anything fair in doing something that is illegal?
but how do you? Government doesn't even have any data to back themselves up to say, okay, this particular one is
You are
illegal
just
and this
you are
particular one is
basing
not
your
illegal.
argument
They
on
just,
so many
they just put
assumptions.
everything together. That's my problem.
You are just basing your argument. That was why I said earlier that if I find myself in that kind of situation and I have and I have all my document approval and everything that is genuine, I will take them to court. But when I say take them, they say, no, the court will not work. I don't even know your argument now. So what do you want, Seth? What do you want?
People, that what I want is transparency. People should be compensated, based on the house that was built in those places legally. I'm not saying you should compensate somebody that built something illegally, but government has not been able to prove or document or show us these people
And
built
what
something there that's
information?
illegal.
Let me ask you. What information? The only thing that we are discussing here, all of us, we don't have the real information. We don't even know one quarter of what happened. We are just basing our argument on the few things that we hear in the news.
Then how?
So
So
why are
do
you
you
talking
believe
as if you
government?
have all the facts?
Do you believe the government?
So do you believe the people?
If I have to take one part, I will take the people rather than the
You
government.
can take a side now. Take a side. Take your own side, and let me take my own side. So don't now label me as a bad person because you are taking a side. Let me take my own side also.
But I'm just saying, have a human compassion. If this is you,
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Because as Ola said earlier, if all these things that maybe they have constructed this house illegally, they have blocked the channels, flood channels and everything, some people have lost their life. Are you sure is this rubbish that you are going to be talking about also?
okay, let's take it from your own point of view. They say they claim they are compensating people that they have, their structure was illegally erected in that place. So that's the only people they are they are going to compensate it. But as when this one is recorded,
I don't
when did
understand.
this
What
compensation
what did you
started?
say? No,
It
sorry.
started
What
from
did
the
you just say?
23rd to the 24th,
What
and they have already
what
started
did you just say?
demolition. Is that
What
fair?
did you what did you just say? Repeat yourself, please.
I said, okay, let's just assume what you said. There's illegal and legal. You can't tell me up the whole house is there. Everybody build house that they're all illegal. You can't claim that. There has to be people that build their house legally, obtain permit and everything. That among the means. Now you claiming you started compensation. Let's talk to that part of the compensation. You started this compensation on the 23rd when when you're about to demolish the house. How does that make sense? You have not been able to find a resident for where people can relocate and start compensating them maybe about 6 months ago. And now you just claim what I don't even believe that people have received have received the money due, and they're not compensating them enough. How are you going to compensate somebody about
Wait,
200,000
wait. I
naira
don't
for
know
the
where.
house that
I
worth
don't
about
know
3
where,
million?
what you are
Does that
talking
make
about.
sense?
I don't know where you get your own information from. But from
I have my
what
own
me
information.
you always have your own now. You know you use AI, so I don't know.
What do you mean? I use a proper fact check.
You are using an artificial intelligence. Me, I'm using
It's
my
not about
natural
artificial
intelligence.
intelligence. I use my own kind of fact
So
check. You have to fact check before you
okay.
come to a national platform and spoil what you don't know,
Okay.
or else you disgrace yourself.
Even though you have been coming here with some wrong facts, and then so everybody knows you now. So what I'm saying is this:
What did they know me
what
about Sinbad?
you always come here with wrong facts now. And then
All
you
right,
try
let
to make it
somebody
right.
speak. I will speak. I think somebody just came in.
Who's that?
Boss said, yeah, this now if you want to speak, you may come on like this.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, lady in the house.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my own submission is just to buttress what other people has been saying. One thing is that illegality cannot be compensated. It is not right. Our people are very stubborn. I'm sure we all know that. I'll give you an example. I bought a land in Abeokuta, and I bought it for farming. And I really want to, do a lot of research. I actually get a lawyer that I paid $1 million to. After paying that, the lawyer did not do the right thing. Because I said I want to register the land, and he was toasting me here and there. Then I asked my brother, go. I want to know, do the right thing on this land. I don't want any situation later. So we have to pay somebody that now went into the, I don't know what they call them, and they did a
The land
printout.
registry. Land registry.
Thank you, my brother. They now did a printout for us. The owner of the land, we were the owner, but there is a government accusation on the land. And the printout clearly said, do not build anything on this land, any permanent structure on this land. Do not build it until this is clarified. Okay, that has been given to me. If I now go ahead and start building something on it, thinking that, maybe in the next few years, government will not do anything, I will not show what I've already known. I will be lying that I didn't know there's government acquisition on it, even though the lawyer did not do the right thing. But I went ahead to make sure I know what is on that land. So I already know the truth. But some people will still go ahead and do the wrong thing. You see, our people, many of them do that. I went to, I forgot where this place was called in Ikorodu. It's a government estate. Estate has already been built, road have already been mapped out. And you will not believe some people start building on where there was meant to be road. I didn't want to mention the tribe of the person so that it won't look at being tribalism. And he blocked where there was meant to be an access. So I was telling my cousin, I said, God forbid if there's any fire. How would fire engine? Because where it's supposed to be road, somebody has blocked it and build house on it. If government go to that area later and start demolishing houses, they will say government does not have people's face on it. I saw something on YouTube recently. This Mr. Tokumbo Wahab went on Okwebi Link Bridge that just been built. They have not even commissioned this place. People were already under that bridge selling.
They're already cooking now. They are cooking. They are cooking under the bridge now.
Some people are already living under. Now, if government go there, throw them away with what they are selling, they will say government does not have people's space on their whatever. You will not believe that many people will have built on that place without even approval to build on it. And this is what our people do, thinking that they will override it later. There is a road in Ibejuleki. The new chairman went on, I don't know the name of the road, but they show it on YouTube. I was looking at it. And there is a mosque built on that road. The mosque was built beyond where it was meant to be. Most of the houses on that road, they were bungalow or one story building. This mosque is about 5 stories building. Who gave permission for that? You will not believe that maybe that mosque was only been given permission to build a bungalow. But you need to see a gigantic mosque that was built on that road. First of all, a mosque, a height building like that, on a house surrounded by 1 story building, a bungalow, you'll be invading people's privacy, because people on the top of that mosque will be able to see other houses, and you invading their privacy. So what are we talking about? If you have done something illegal, they should do it. I've seen a place I live in UK. This contractor, they build blocks of flat in Woolwich. Is it Woolwich? Sorry, in Woolwich. Part of what they got the approval for, they went beyond it. They brought the house down. Some people were saying,
okay, my sister, let me tell you something. Just like some of us that we did private project, and some of us that we came to this type of allocation within Lagos. You see, the thing I'm saying is this. Now, there was a time in that country. You
Is she
understand?
still talking?
No, I'm just interjecting.
Hello?
Go and do something
He's
about
like
this. Your system, because
comparable.
I'll
He's having problem with his system. I don't know what is wrong.
Can you hear
you
me?
go and throw away your system and get a new system, please.
Every time when he comes there, it causes problem.
So
Simbad, can you hear me?
The thing is this.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. So can I say something?
No, hold on. Ola
Why
is
did you hear
talking.
me?
Hold on. Ola is talking. And our sister has not finished talking. He's just
Okay,
interjecting.
maybe I need to go to my laptop. I don't know what's going on with my
Go
this
to your laptop is
mess phone
better.
that I got, and it's a new
Stop
phone.
using
Crazy.
fake phone. You'll be using phone of $40. No wonder. So
No, maybe it's a China phone that is using.
So
that's okay.
So the thing is this.
I can't even hear Ola. Let me go to my
until
laptop. Maybe that will be better.
Until recently, those things you see were not digitalized. So let me speak from experience of working for one of the most corrupt government parastatal in the history. You understand? You know those days when people even paid genuinely for meters, there are some crook meter readers. They will keep your money and fake everything for you. You understand? And by the time we're doing tax force those days, you understand, we didn't want to, nobody was ready among even the officials of the battle to recognize. Yeah, we were aware that we're duped. Even when you did the right thing, it's not as if you were not trying to do the right thing, you were doing the right thing, but just become there were a lot of rogues that within the system. They would just do a lot of kind of manipulations. So you see this issue of land and this building approval in Lagos State. You see, even some people even did the right thing, and they still ended up getting wrong documents. That was why when I was doing a project in Ogun State, I went to that Ministry of Finance myself to pay everything because I didn't want I'm risk averse. You understand? Because there was a husband to a colleague of mine then. His own papa did the right thing. Just for this man when this man was just around 82, to know that what he did like almost 50 years ago was fake. I was talking of something as far back as 2009 or 2010. You know, something that he did like almost 50 years ago, old man. He carried that paper. He was boastful. He was happy that he did the right thing. Fake. If there could be fake, just look at 50 years to 2010. When Nigeria was COKO, they still managed to give this man fake. So the point of this discussion is this: government cannot be said to be totally innocent in this thing. That's my point. So where government is not totally innocent, at least they should find a way for compensating the people. I'm a Nigerian. Everything you all are saying, I understand. But at the same time, Abba. So all the I'm not talking from Igbo side or whatever, because what I'm even looking at is this: when Jack Onde wanted to relocate some people, he built some kind of low cost housing estate and relocate those people. That was a proper administration. If you have anything as a government, you should even make some kind of provision. You can't just you neglected your duty and only roared when the thing is needed. And the annoying thing is this: the corrupt officials that got involved in some kind of manipulations, they will go scot-free. So anybody that want to speak can continue.
Let me come in. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Can you take off the one that I have a cap on, Ola? Take up the first one off.
There's no one. Okay. Which one should I leave?
Leave the last one. Take the first one off.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you very much. I'm on the laptop right now. I don't know what's going on with my phone. So the sister that came here, Bosse that came here. Okay, I understand what you mean, because I bought a land in Aja area. That was about 2 years ago. I don't want to go the intricate of the reason why I didn't keep the land or whatever. I have to just take it. I have to just take whatever I can get. It involves some illegality. So let me leave it at that. So yeah, your point is well taken. I understand some people just intentionally do something illegal in order to obtain the culture or something like that. Not knowing. But the problem I have with this, I'm not saying the government doesn't have a right, to do what they are doing, but I'm concerned about transparency. At least if there's people that that bought the land legally, because from what I'm reading, these people have been living in this area. This is the ancestry in this land. They've been living in this land for many years. So how come it is right now that you begin to figure that most of them are, I think they say the Awori and the Ipa people. That shows you that this is their residence. They've been living in this area. We're not talking about somebody who came about 10 years ago, or like I was trying to buy, like I bought a land about 2 or 3 years ago. There has to be transparency. Don't just put everybody in the same box. Everybody's illegal. That's the point I have. And they say there's a court injunction about not demolition about 80 houses, but they included all of them. If people can be compensated, the legal one. I'm not saying you should compensate illegality. I'm not for that.
No. See, even my brother, what we even call illegality sometimes, it depends on the area. Okay, just look at it now. Assuming someone now went inside the ancient Abeokuta land, ancient one, or you went, someone went inside ancient Ibadan settlement. and you want to redevelop, and you start pulling building down, you are not asking them there, where are your approval? Approval? We are talking of ancient cities. Like, seriously? So those are the kind of things. See, that's why when you are doing some kind of demolition, you have to be, see, whether illegal, you understand, I understand the word illegal and all those stories we are talking about, but it is not always the case sometimes. Like I said, I don't have stake in this thing we are talking about. I don't have stake there, but you just have to think beyond, because we already know that even having structures that were not approved on its own is a kind of social security or ecological insecurity, security issues. We know, no doubt about that. Even like I said before, the entire of like Agbado, Jaye, all those some part of Agege. If you want peace in Lagos in the nearest future, you understand, so many of those settlements will be cleared to plan properly. We'll be talking of so many cities, so many areas in Lagos where you don't have regular water channel, that you don't even have some kind of safety nets for people if you want to do. So more than 80% of where you call Lagos State today may need replanning in the future. Now, if people start going this way, and maybe that time comes and they start pulling down structure for people that are richer just to occupy, it's not speaking well. The question will now be is, when you are building, the government officials too, the inspectors too, they should always be going to those places. You will even see that some buildings with approval today ask whether those people that were supposed to be inspecting those buildings when they were building all those things were there. You will find out that it was just approval in the office and nobody cares about what is going on site. All those things are wrong. We should start doing the right thing now. This one is not even about, of course, we are going to demolish buildings that are not well built, that maybe they constitute some kind of security risk, all those stuff. We are not saying you won't do that, but Abba, there will be need for you to do some kind of compensations. Some people build they build all those structures based on the last penny they got from the government while working or from the place of their work. So once you demolish all those stuff, they have nothing left. You may be destroying some generation, even trying to do some kind of a demolition. You have to be very careful. That's exactly what I'm saying. So is okay, go ahead, boss.
Oh, sorry. Okay, what I wanted to say is that I think the what we should be promoting more is to enlighten people to always do the right thing. Because if you do the right thing, you have leg to stand on in terms of compensation and the rest. Because I heard that they are compensating some people in Orushoki. But some people will not get anything, especially those that just build a blank houses. People just build houses anyway. Some of them are just, they don't have right to be there, but they were there. Yeah, I think we should be promoting more people doing the right thing. I was looking at when they went to Festac Town. I've been to Festac Town years ago, and I knew how the place were properly laid out. Everything was so beautiful. And they were showing how houses has been built, scattered everywhere. You will feel so sad when you see all those beautiful houses being brought down. And there was one house, they were trying to, leave some houses, and there was one standing right at the end. Massive, beautiful house. You will know that the government have no choice than to bring that house down, because this house was built right on the way of the channel. Totally, standing in a way where there should be a road or a channel of drainage. What do you expect government to do in that sense? That person cannot tell me that he was building in the wrong place. So I think what government, you are very right that there are a lot of criminals in government government officials. Most of them are criminals. Let me tell you one story. There was a time I wanted to be taking paracetamol and direct to Nigeria. And they were saying there's a way we have to go through the NDNA. We have to have pharmacists within our team and this and that. And when I called them to know about the process, what I needed to do, one guy in NDNA was one telling me, I can do it. I can get the certificate for you for a pharmacist. That you don't really. And I said, sorry, I'm not ready to do kind of a thing. And that is how I bushed out. I didn't go further in it because I wasn't ready to do what is not right. But trust me, and you know, some people will have go ahead. Get the
No,
fake
yeah, no, I understand you. Like that first act you made as an example now. You see, one good thing is this, you know, sometimes neither this way nor there, but I will tell you for fact. If government goes to first act now to go and pull those structures that do not conform, they pull it down, I won't talk. Even though I know that government might have approved some of those stuff, because when you have some, because we have one back culture in that Lagos state in Nigeria, that if you have people in the place in powerful position, you circumvent, you understand those of that the government process and do all those things. Big men that is affected, I highly have pity. But average people sometimes I am skeptical. I would like that first act now. You understand, when people were misusing power, getting approval to build, if government wake up and demolish all those things, I don't care. You understand? But when we are talking of ancient settlements, it's another thing. Now, if someone go to Lekki Phase 1 now, if someone built an illegal structure someone went to Lekki Phase 1 and we put illegal structure there just because you know someone. If governments decide to pull such kind of structure down tomorrow, I don't care. I won't even talk. You understand? But if you go to Moshalashi, Alaja, Agege, all those sides, you go to that in Northeast, you start asking for approval where the poor people are living. When you have bungalow, maybe with bungalow with just 5 rooms and about 120 people are living inside that place, you go pull all those things down. You understand? I be tempted to talk that government should put some kind of human face, because I know that we have government that usually ignore all those areas. You ignore them and only come when it's convenient for you. You understand? So to me, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
You see,
You know?
regardless of how we felt, whether poor people or whatever, even the Asian cities you're talking about, years ago in Nigeria when we were growing up, things were not built anyhow like that. I have my grandparents in a house in Isaleko, Erelu Lane. Yeah, they are ancient buildings. You know how houses in Isaleko are. But yet we have roads, free roads that we can pass without any blockages. And houses were built according to that area. Now, a space that should not be more than 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom, people now turn it to five stories building.
No, I see all those one. If government decide to pull all those one, that I won't talk. That you understand? You understand? I won't talk. You understand? You got approval for a story building. I built 2-story building. As a matter of fact, if I live on that street, I will even be one of those people to even report you. I don't have problem with that.
That is what is happening in Lagos Island now.
You understand?
When I go to Saleko, that is what I see. Lights everywhere.
But area like Mowe, all those Ibafo, all those Makogi, Magoro, all those sides that you hardly feel the impact of the government there. You understand? Some of them now they will take the approval to those people to approve it, and they will approve. In fact, there was a confusion though at a particular point that people didn't know whether it was state that was supposed to approve or the local government. I'm telling you, that confusion happened in Ogun State. People were confused who will approve their building between Ogun State government and the relative and the relative or the concerned local government. It was at that bad in Ogun State. So now, if tomorrow now, or Ogun State government just woke up and said, okay, I want to demolish, it'd be unfair to those people. Because even those people that wanted to do the right thing as at that time, there was a confusion. Some went to get approval from the state. Some went to get approval. Is it the Owode, whatever around that place that control that place? They went to the local government. Some got local approval from local government. Some got approval from the state government in the same state. So tomorrow, if some people are around Makoki now, maybe someone is saying, okay, the state government is saying you don't have approval. Whereas you got approval from the local government. And you know what government will tell you? Say, no, local government was not responsible. You see all those kind of confusion. So I don't know exactly what is happening in Lagos because someone is saying most of the landlords will be compensated. That's kind of thing I want to hear. If you are really compensating, then there's no problem. But the people are just saying those people should be ignored. You are ignoring something because some actions we escalate insecurity within your community. We have to be very careful of what we support sometimes. Now, you send some people, you demolish some people build houses. They now turn themselves to street urchin. They will be the one to be snatching your phone. They will be the one to be doing some kind of nefarious activities, just because coming from the consequences of what government is doing. That's where I'm speaking from. So to me, okay,
this is my opinion. We know as Nigerians, we are not law-abiding, people. We don't like to obey the law.
Of course, I know.
Everybody here, we're in Biafra. We know where we're coming from. We disobey the law. We're not law-abiding people, and a lot of Nigerians are wicked against each other. So, what happens to that? This is my assessment, and I'm just going to put everything together and how I conclude to what we are talking about. Okay. The government, said they are making effort. They have commenced compensation scheme, right, to identify, the beneficiaries that are tied to, this new plan they are doing. Okay, that's a good plan. I mean, that's a positive. There's nothing wrong with it. But significant question remain. Why am I saying this? The number of people they say they have compensated, about 80 or so. It seems very small compared to the amount of houses they have been demolished. We're talking about the amount the houses they have demolished runs in the hundreds. So how can you compare all this going on? How do you compare the amount of houses that have been demolished and the number of compensation they say they have been claimed? And some of these residents, say they have not gotten the money. So that's why Buffalo, when you come to Nigeria, I don't know which one is factual. Okay, let's take excluding the payment, let's be transparent. That's the point I'm having, because there was, my understanding, there was a court injunction not to demolish some of the houses, but the government went ahead and do without due process. I have an issue with that. I'm not saying everybody claiming they build their house legally. A lot of them may not be legal build, and government has a right to do it, but they have to be compensated. That has to be my main focus. The competition has to be focused, to properly compensate people.
I think sometimes we expect too much from Lagos state government, and that I would say is unfair. Compared to any other state in Nigeria, people inflows to Lagos state in mass, in millions. Government cannot be responsible for everybody. Even we that we live.
You have to comparing Lagos. Just what about it? Let's talk about what is right.
That is what I'm saying. Lagos state cannot be responsible for everybody. People live.
I totally agree with Boss idea on this one.
We cannot expect, because people leave their state and flows into Lagos state in millions, and we're now saying when they are living in a place they shouldn't be living in the first instance, and when government asks them to leave, government should be responsible for their allocation. Even we that we live abroad, we have homeless people. So that means government cannot be responsible for everybody. You that you want to go to Lagos, you must have enough to rent a place to live. You can't live in a place where you shouldn't live, and when they are now asked you to leave, it now turn to being the victim. No, some people make themselves victim. And we should not be expecting Lagos. Sometimes it surprises me when they ask people to leave. Like people, look how many people were already living under our Okwebi bridge, and they say, "Oh, government should find them a place." Did government ask them to go and live there in the first instance? And people leave their state in mass. Is their state government compensating Lagos state to be able to cater for everybody? No, Lagos state cannot be responsible for everybody. What we should be shouting at is that every state should be doing more so that the concentration of people in Lagos will be reduced. If every other state are developing, people can be living in Ogun State and be working in Lagos. People can be living in Badon and be working in Ogun State. But because the concentration is so much in Lagos, everybody believes that they have to come to Lagos before they can live. And I don't blame them. If other states are developing the way Lagos State is developing, people will not be suffering themselves. Because yes, sometimes you see those people and you feel so sorry for them. You see some children, you feel like you wish that you have a house that you can place them. But this is impossible. We have to say the truth. We have to say whether we like it or not. We cannot be expecting Lagos State should find them a place, or Lagos State should go and build them a shop. People are selling on the walkway, and when they ask them to leave, we are expecting Lagos State to go and find them a shop. No. We have become a nation that we think people can just behave anyhow. Set up a market where you shouldn't set up a market, and when they ask you, you become the victim. Government become the faulty one. No, there's some things that they need to put a thorough ban on it. And they are the same people. Lagos is smelling, Lagos is dirty, Lagos is unorganized. There's some fire. Look at a Lagos Island. Look at what happened recently, where many souls were lost. Even for them to get fire engine to that area was chaos. They have built anyhow, anywhere.
You see, my problem with that is that there should always be consequences on for the responsible government workers in charge. Look at that Lagos Island you are talking about now, all those Idumota market, all those. Oh my goodness. You don't want to get yourself around that place if there's any major inferno. It will not speak very well. So,
my brother, when they went to this market in Festa, what is it called? Trade fair. Do you hear what some of the government officials says? That they went there last year and they were chased out. They asked them to stop building. They chase them out and they continue building. Should we now blame Lagos State for going there to demolish what they asked them not to build? Sometimes we just have to be sincere with ourselves. Yes, I know there are criminals within the Lagos officials, but some people, as well as somebody said, some people, because they think they have money, they will go away with, they will be able to get away with certain things. I think that we just have to call it spade a spade. Sorry.
You see why I said that there should be consequences is this. Even building alone where you are not even supposed to build, especially in that area of that market, where you are supposed to have maybe a story building, you're having a two-story building, it's a risk. That means that for people to even be building there, let's assume that we have irresponsible people that decide to build, right? The fact that government that is supposed to protect properties and life, someone ignored that duty, probably collected some kind of bribe, allow that. You understand? When things like this happen, you understand, those people should face the consequences as well. That's my point. I'm not saying when it happens, don't do it, but who were those people that allowed that thing to go? You understand? Okay, you were some people were responsible for Idumota, but they are someone is now building like he turns two-story building to five-story building. The building collapsed, and they now have casualty, and such kind of official, those officials that were responsible, they are working free. Maybe probably some of them even got enough a bribe to even marry more wives or to even do a lot of things. You understand? But the person that built the building, you understand, were the only people facing the consequences. Then you are still sending signal to others too that they can get away. The officials can get away with anything, and they are not going to face consequences. See, if you made the officials face consequences, yeah, they are likely to enforce. You understand? But if they don't face those consequences, you understand, they will collect bribe. You understand? It's just like a situation where we got police giving their rifle to the robbery gang. You understand? Until they started facing consequences.
You
You
know,
understand?
I wrote something under Tokumba Wahab. You know, when they went to all these places where they were declaring people selling things illegally. So I wrote under what he posted. I said, for you to be able to deal with your criminal officials as well, what you should do is that have allocated officials in areas. If you have certain allocations of officials that these people have been designated to certain areas, so that when the what should not happen happens there, you will know exactly who to sack. But if you are just posting here and there, you don't know. No, it will never work. Have designated officials in different places with named officials that you know that Mr. So, this is so, they have been designated to Oshodi. These certain officials, they have been designated to Morocco, so that you know that when things happen, you don't need to look left and right before you know who to sack. I put that comment, whether they see it or not. I suggested that this is how things can be right. Because as you said, majority of this that happen, yes, we have some stubborn people that they've seen them stop building, they continue. But at the same time, many of these things that happen, officials are part of it. And there should be consequence for them as well. You should be stuck. If you start a couple of them, without anything, the rest will sit up. But if until that is done, the same thing in the next 10 years, we are still going to be saying the same story. Sorry, I just cut in.
No, I'm listening to you. I'm listening. So the thing is, well, we've got to do things right in that country, because the problem we have in that country is that we've not been doing things right, and I don't think the way we do things, we should continue this way. To be honest, we shouldn't, because before things get worse, a person like me, I've always been an advocate of restructuring, and this is the type of restructuring we are talking about. Now, you can as well allow local governments maybe to supervise the way building structure is, maybe that for them to generate money, to grant approval, and if they are having some kind of structure that's not properly built, you understand, they should be able to go there on their own and demolish. And in a situation where you have the local government chairpersons that are not doing their job, there should be some kind of a state institution whereby the state can supervise them, that if they are not doing the right thing, that the state can step in. So those are the kind of things. So before things degenerate to this level, we should always be proactive. But Lagos as considered today, I think we have a lot to do in Lagos. So to me, that's just the way I see it. That's why I'm not encouraging illegality. I just wanted to know, I'm not encouraging it.
And again, our problem in Nigeria is that there is no accountability.
Exactly.
There's no accountability. They give people role, and that is where it went. It is in this where I live that I know that everybody is accountable to somebody. You are a line manager, you have somebody you are line managing, you are line managing somebody is line managing you, somebody that is line managing the person that is like, they have, everybody who they are accounted to. So there's checkmate. But the problem we have is that when they give them role, nobody's checkmating them. So they just do what they like until things are being done properly. Well, I'm afraid the same story in the next whatever we're still saying it.
No, see what happened. What happened in Uroshoki? I can automatically tell you that it's still a child play compared to what is going to happen in Lagos. That's why I'm just saying that many people you will see that will be supporting, will be speaking in favor, will be supporting this thing. And you understand what many of them do not realize is when government is ready to comb their own area, they can as well be victim they can as well be victim. You understand? See, the thing now is Lagos now should start doing proper things. You start doing proper things. Not only when they feel they need a place, and not now suddenly they will revoke those things they've already gazetted before. That they will just invoke it. They should be proactive when you are seeing a building coming up where it's not supposed to come, demolish immediately. If there's a fine for you to throw those people in jail or to do community service, go do it. Don't even allow them to build. So if someone that is trying to build where it's not supposed to build in Lagos, if the person realizes that it's not possible, nothing stops you from going back to your village or where it's okay for you to go and do whatever you want to do. Like you said the other time, I keep saying, I'm an advocate of, you understand? I'm an advocate of not allowing just every Dick and Tommy or Dick and Harry just to come to Lagos because it may sound like a elitist position. You understand? Some people don't have business in Lagos. You understand? When some people have made their money, they have those money to go and build their village and enjoy their life peacefully. But people, for one reason or the other, they want to stay in Lagos. I know this is normal thing. Everybody want to stay where they think life that the life is lovely, that things are moving fast. But then you have to think about situation like this. That okay, you want to live in Lagos, then you have to do things properly. The cost of doing things properly in Lagos is another thing. Is another thing also. You understand? So to me, I think it's all about planning. In fact, to be honest with you, for Nigeria to have proper planning, there will be more than enough this Oroshoki, even beyond Lagos. You understand? What is happening in Lagos now may start happening in Ogun State tomorrow. May start happening in Oyo State, in Ibadan tomorrow as well. So it's always good. You understand? Once government say don't do this, well, for people that are not stubborn, just don't do it. You understand? Even if the government officials are even giving you some kind of courage, don't do it. But the thing is this: government to Abba, try whatever you can do to help people. Try to help them. That's the way I see. So to me, I'm not just going to say, okay, Washoki, okay, they've done the thing. You understand? Instead of releasing more armed robbers, more criminals to the streets, find something to do. Except you know that you can relocate them out of Lagos. Because when demolish and these people have no means of living, of surviving, you understand, or their means of survival, they are going to okay, Prince Daddy, you are here now. You are here. You ran away the other time. What I was about to say the other time is this. In Canada, if you're an electrician, if you make mistake of not following the guidelines, your license will be suspended. You understand? If they suspend you like 1 or 2, 3 times, your career may be gone. That you may just go and find another career. That's after you might have spent maybe like 6 years to train yourself. You were doing your apprenticeships, you were attending schools, you were getting different kind of trade certificates. A simple mistake can take everything away. If you are a builder as a building engineer, or you're a civil engineer, and you just go made a rubbish mistake and you are not doing the right thing, you will lose your license. Because as you are even building, you will see You will see the regulatory authority, they will be coming to see whether you are doing compliance. You understand? Before they will move from one state to another, you understand? There are some people that will come there and appraise whether you are following. If you are not following immediately, they will advise you to demolish. So there's no basis for comparison between what is happening in Canada. I don't know how it is done in the United States of America and what is happening in Nigeria. In Nigeria today, if care is not taken, they can give you approval for, let's say, a 2-story building, and eventually you will build 10-story building. Nobody, even those people that are supposed to come there, once they collect small legunge, they will just look away. You understand? They will just look away. So there's no basis for comparison, because there are consequences for the builders themselves. If you call the builder today to come and build a legal structure for you, they won't, because there are consequences. If you call an electrician today to come and do illegal electrical work for you, understand, they won't listen to you, because there are consequences. But if you call a builder in Nigeria today, even the one that is certified to build the legal structure for you, all they are after is their money. They will build it for you. No consequence. Those are the things. So it is time that even our apprenticeship system and all those stuff, government should look into everything in such a way that even bricklayers, everybody, whether you are learned or not learned, they should be certified, and they should give them the conditions of service. You understand? Those are the kind of things I advocate for, in such a way that even if someone wants to build a legal structure and you are contacted, you will be afraid to even support the person. So it's not about those people that decided to build that illegal structure themselves. You understand? All the trade unions, all the professional bodies, they should be engaged in this kind of things. So the punishment should start from the regulatory bodies, the trade bodies, and all those stuff, to start awarding punishments to those that will not allow a better and safe society, because illegal structure is a security issue. It may sound, as much as we are looking at it, that people are, it's a security issue too. You build a structure that the government cannot trace properly, or you build a structure that maybe a criminal runs into your street and the police cannot, and the police they won't know where to position themselves to block you, just because the place is not properly planned. So we should look at so many. So government, I give 85% of the fault to the government here. That's the way I see it. Praise Daddy.
How many percentage fault to the government, you say?
I will give 85% of the fault to the government.
See, I don't think I'm against what you're saying in regards to government accountability. I don't think I am, but you know, I think where we differ is that you think the government should be responsible for people's bad deeds. That's where we differ, really. Of course, the government isn't. By the way, you are comparing Canada and Nigeria, an advanced society, to Nigerian society, in a place where responsibility is shared across the spectrum. Just like you said, from the inspector to the builder to the engineers and all the way to the top there, everyone is maybe certified. They have certification. They have code of ethics and whatnot to abide to, and if they misstep, they know the consequence of losing their license or being, go find a different job, just like you said. That's a well-structured advanced society. We don't have that yet in Nigeria. We don't, even though you can make an argument that we have the laws. I bet you have the laws and all those things, but the enforcement of the law is what matters. See, I'm not going to see. By the way, the people at the top are not going to suffer. It's usually at the people at the bottom, just like in the war. So we could have had bad governance for many years. So if a new government comes in that's reasonable and it's a good government, they got to start from somewhere. They're not going to turn a blind eye. So you guys have built your structure for there for like 30, 40 years. Therefore, we can't do nothing about it. We have to compensate you. The fact that the Lagos state government is compensating people with illegal structure, to me, it's really good. Actually, it's a good thing. I'm not about making people destitute or taking their livelihood or displacing people. I'm not all for that, not at all. But the fact they're doing is great. But my point still stands that look, if the structure was there illegally, the fact that they didn't get approval from a local government or the government to do so, the government can come in and do what is right. If they have to demolish the structures and put codes or whatever in the area, I think they should be allowed to do that. If they don't have the funds to compensate the people, they don't have to. That's the way I see it. So what you're talking about a lot, it's an ideal society, a well-structured society in which we're not there yet. As much as you like to claim that we this and that, we're not there yet as a society. Individually, yeah, we can claim that. But as a society, it takes time. It takes time. It takes effort and resources to get it to a certain point in an advanced society. And that's what a lot of people don't know. Even in the West that we talk about here, they didn't get there overnight. It took them time with leadership and people buy in. And that's how they got to where they are today. Even though some people can make an argument that it's declining, which is true. When you have foreigners, immigrants come to your society and they don't want to assimilate, they bring their own ways of life. Well, you should gradually see the degradation of that society. And that is what is happening in the West right now, in many places, America, Canada, actually. So back to Nigeria, I'm not like the one like Simba and Remy that likes to blame the people. I don't like to blame people. When something goes wrong, I go straight to the government. This and this is happening because the government is not doing their job. But you know very well a lot that we Nigerians or Africans, we're not straight. We know what is wrong and we still do it anyways. We like to do the same thing in the West, which we do anyways, but they have so many mechanisms and ways to catch us or discipline us. That's the problem. That's the main difference. So we're culpable in every respect. I don't want to give these people a way out and trying to blame the government. Yeah, the government's not doing its job, but it's not a sufficient justification to commit crimes or any crime in society. Because something is not there. We human beings, I mean, we don't have to quote the Bible right now, but we human beings, inherently, many of us know what is right, but we choose to do wrong. Just like an addicted person to drugs or alcohol or whatever, they know if you ask them what is right, they tell you what is right, but they don't have that strength, that inner strength or the discipline to choose what is right. In our society, we like to shortcut all the time, and just like the shortcuts that we make many times delay stuff, makes things work inefficiently, and we don't even really get the benefit of the shortcut that we try to pursue. So it's always a fine line when it comes to the government and people in society. We have a responsibility in our society to make things right. There's in some certain neighborhoods, for example, they don't have police, they don't have security, but the people have chosen to police themselves, to expose crime in their community, to call out bad things in a community. That's a community that's trying to be responsible and not harbor criminals because we don't have police in our community that there should be crimes everywhere. Not at all. No. So back to the demolition stuff again, because the government was not there to tell them don't do this and that. It's the people's responsibility to go inquire, and you can say, well, they don't have a local government, they don't have this and that in place. That is true. Like our system is not that structured. It's not readily available to citizens sometimes that want to do the right things. But at the end of the day, when a good government comes in and wants to do the right thing, We have to start from somewhere. We have to always start from somewhere. And in life, there is not always a zero sum game. Some people win and some people lose. And some people losing in this case may be a sacrifice they have to make for the rest of us to have a better Lagos, where there's no flooding every time it rains, and there's no structural collapse and killing people. It's got to start from somewhere. It is never a straight line where everybody wins. It's in this world, very well, not everybody wins. Some people win, some people lose. We got to move on.
Yeah, I understand you. That's why I said even in legal structure itself, from day one they are putting that it's already a security risk. It's only that it's for people to be able to know that it's a risk. The fact that the risk is not coming immediately, you understand, it does not mean that it's not a risk. It's a risk to the society. So I think then on our structure, we were actually building serious structure until the military, they came they crash everything. So when you listen to people, maybe some of these Gen Z, and even some that are not even Gen Z that are even seeing inviting military, you start wondering if they really want military in their individual life, or maybe if to say we have something to even simulate what happened during the military era in their life, and let's see whether they want. Where, like I said the other time, that where you could be walking on the street of Lagos and someone can just pick you up and just disappear on the street, just to now go and find out that maybe you were caught and just put in one other grand area just because they suspected you of. So people, so a lot of this atrocity that you see today in that country, you understand, they were the consequences of the military. As bad as this civilian regime is, because we are shouting corruption, it's just because you can speak. The type of corruption that was going on under the military. You understand? You can't. One thing is a corruption that came through what we're trying to develop. Okay, you have a project, you are building something, and you now through that corruptly enrich yourself. Is one thing. Another thing is to dip money, your hand into that pot already without doing anything, and you just see that money, right? That was why some people were saying, the other time, funny people were saying that Abacha was saving for Nigeria. That Abacha was saving for Nigeria. It got to a state that the military, you printed money to go and stack away all those stuff. So to me, is we just have a lot to do in that country, to be honest, and I won't really blame some people if they cannot really understand how country should be run. They cannot see that Tinubu is really working to reset that country, and it's unfortunate that even when you see these people we are saying, they are playing to the hand of the like of politicians that like kiosk. You understand? They like kiosk to tribe. They like to maneuver people for them to be in power. So I think, like I keep campaigning, I keep encouraging people. If you want to stop this type of nonsense, you see that you think is happening in Lagos today, if you think it's not going to happen in your village tomorrow, better wake up and start holding your state government and local government responsible. And that's the way for us to go. Many people in Lagos, they don't have business in Lagos. I have to be honest with you. They don't have. Like I said there the other time, if I were the Lagos state government, I will put some kind of policies in place that will send those people that have no business in Lagos away. You understand?
How do you determine they don't have business in Lagos?
Okay. Now, you that you have business in Lagos, you must be taxpayers, right? Now, when I know some people, maybe the young one that are not the age of paying tax. You understand? We know that. Then, when you do that, you have to know the house owners in the entire Lagos. You have to find a way to connect the house owners. You have to bring them into your database. You understand? In such a way that you have a rule you have some kind of rules that number one, you have to have the number of tenants that can live in any house in Lagos. And you are not going to do that just by the word of mouth. You have to put enforcement in place too. You understand? You have to put some kind of enforcement in place to be able to discover that, okay, there are I know this is standing.
When does Lagos law begin to infringe on the federal law, denying people the opportunity to be free in any part of the country?
This is not about being free in any part of the country. You understand? Okay, let me tell you one thing. Now, if I make a law now today that you cannot have more than 5 people in a bedroom. So, and I link that to earth hazard. Are you saying your fundamental human right says you should endanger your life earthwise? So you have fundamental human right now. Does that mean you can pie yourself or you can jump into the lagoon? No. So what I'm saying is this: there are some kind of unhealthy living, unhealthy style of living in Lagos, and some kind of repression in Lagos that if you are not a taxpayer, and when I say taxpayers, then you are not going to be within the Lagos State health insurance scheme. So if you are in that type of situation, you are sick, you cannot access the hospital, you cannot do all those stuff. You understand? You will go back to your village. You will go back to your village. If you cannot go to school just because you are not taxpayers in Lagos, you will go back to your village. I'm just saying. I'm not saying they should.
Allow me. So, indigenous Lagosians, for example, that let's say have it's just 5 children, wife and a husband living in an hazardous building or room that's in violation of the Lagos State code, for example. Where do you send those people to?
You have a point. You understand? You have a very good point. But like I said, what I'm saying is just a suggestion. You know, when you brainstorm, you know how to deal with the situation. And one of the situations is this now: if you're a Lagosian, you understand. If your national identity is carrying, let's say, Nasarawa, but once you stay in Lagos for more than a month, you understand, it may be required. Although it's a national, a lot anyway, a lot. I think probably Lagos State, you have to have the identity card or whatever. There shall just be a way to restrict people, you understand. Problems are meant to be solved. You understand? Problems are meant to be solved. And if you want to develop that country, one of the awareness we can create is we have to find a way to redistribute the population.
We've talked about this before. When it comes to population control or people moving around, I think you and I are on the same page. I'm not against what you're saying, but of course, we have to find a way to go about it.
Yeah. It's difficult. It's difficult, but we just have to find a way. Because the idea behind my own is this: security and development. You can't come from Ekiti now, for example. You come from Ondo State. Your governors getting money every month, instead of doing the rural roads that can let you farm, that can develop your area. Your governor will carry the money and will go and buy a house in America or in United Kingdom, but you will come every month, every day, to come and be shouting about Tinubu. Whereas the money that is meant for your state, that's meant to develop your state, someone is sitting on that money. So all this idea is just to be able to make our people to live up to our expectation as citizens of that country. We are not doing that. We are not doing that. All we are good at doing is some cunning and clever politicians that keep pointing us to that Abuja. The reason we are so fragmented in that country that we have so much ethnicity and tribal. The tribal problem is just because everybody think Abuja is where the development is, whereas the development is in your local government, it's in your state, in such a way that if we have a very bad government tomorrow, like Buhari, for example, your state should still have some level of buffer. You understand? I was saying something here yesterday that even during the period that they said S-men were going to people's farm, there are some farms they don't go near. There are some farms they don't go near just because the governments have some kind of farm settlement, and the people there too, they enlist the right security personnel there. When those people buy those errand or nonsense S-men, sometimes you don't get to hear all those stuff, and those things don't necessarily become issues because they are big men that gather themselves there, that they are paying, that they are enlisting the regular police, you understand, as a side there also, you understand, to go and join in defending the environment. So what I'm just saying is, we just need people to start running into something they think is convenient. Instead of you facing your problem, you run to another place to go and create a problem, another problem. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not necessarily saying people should not go to Lagos. If you want to go to Lagos, you must be contributing. You can't go to Lagos and be sleeping under the bridge. You can't go to Lagos without having business there, and you want to make it by force, and someone is accommodating you in his house. You understand? They know you as a human being during the day, and you are an armed robber in the night. That is the idea behind that. People should be restricted to the state. If you don't have business in Lagos, there should be a way to discourage you from coming to Lagos. That's just my point. I know that if they sit down and brainstorm, the idea will come. That's just my point.
Yeah, well, I see the point. It's I think we need to have a national migration or immigration policy, really. Just like I said before, we give a lot of the way everything is structured right now, we make other governors or other regions lazy, really, because they're not accountable to their own people. They don't have to do anything. And it's natural for human beings to migrate or go to places where they have opportunity. It's always been that from forever. I mean, go back to even Asian history and whatever you want to look at. People migrate. They go to places they have opportunity, or they think they can improve themselves. And we should not deny people that opportunity. I don't think we should, regardless of their ethnic or tribal, background. But again, I'm for holding your leaders accountable. If the leaders know in other states know that, hey, just like you said, I can take the money, go buy houses in France and do whatever I want to do. I don't have to report to anybody. They will continue to do that. They won't build new schools, new roads, and hospitals or whatnot. They're not going to do the basic things that people require because they're not held accountable. So that's the dilemma in this whole equation, quite frankly. Because trust me, people will not want to leave their space if they have opportunities. They wouldn't want to. Not all of them, though. Not everybody, I would say. Some people, I've heard of some people I've watched YouTube videos where an Easterner making video of the brand new market in Aba. Beautiful market, but it's unoccupied to even have the capacity. The traders rather go to other parts of the country and not in their own locality, their own state or community to trade. And I was asking somebody of that extraction, and like, because we like to, how was it the person said, we like to move around or stuff like that. Yeah, okay, okay, people like to move around, but it's fascinating. I mean, how the reasons why people migrate or go around the world, it's really fascinating. You can't put your finger on it. You can hear the most ridiculous reasons why they will move. But it has been, but by the way, a lot, and the rest of the people on the panel, it's not only the nomads, the Fulani people that go around cattle herding, even non-cattle herders, like our brothers and sisters from the East, they like to move around a lot. So it is what it is, that people move around for whatever reason.
No. What I'm saying is this, because I got you right. You understand? Like, if you, okay, now I'm not saying, okay, let's say there is an Igbo guy now coming from, let's say, Anambra State now. You are coming with investment worth 100 million, 200 million to Lagos. A kind of guy, that guy is viable to stay in Lagos. But someone now woke up inside the bush one day, you have nothing. You don't even have skills for you to survive in Lagos. You head towards Lagos. It's a security problem. You understand? Whereas maybe if you remain within your state, maybe it is granite or it is corn or it's palm oil they produce in your state, that you have some kind of factory and value chain around that place that can employ you as a factory worker within your state. Stay there and live. When you are even paying rent, you even be able to live good life. You don't come to Lagos and look for the same warehouse job. Or
why do you want to curb people's aspiration? I get what you're saying, but it's some of the things they can go to Lagos and become a millionaire in like a year or two, than stay in that damn locality and work at the factory.
Did you listen to what I said? You don't have any skill, you are going to Lagos.
It's you that you're saying it. You have to put human psychology to the equation. It's you that you're saying they have skills, but they can hustle. What's it?
Yeah, I'm saying nationally.
What is the skill for hustling?
You should discourage. I'm saying you should discourage them. You understand? Discourage means that, okay, the discouragement I mean is this. I think we have to find a way. I don't know how it is. We have to find a way to make all those 36 crooks that are governors to do their job, to keep the people within their region. That's all. See, you can see that I'm even finding it difficult to even give the right suggestion how to handle it. But all I want is, I want people to stay within their region. It's not excluding Ekiti man staying in Ekiti. Get me right? It's not excluding Ibadan man staying in Ibadan. You understand? The whole idea is, wherever you belong to, you should be able to develop your space without, okay, look at it now. Lagos is messed. It's messed up. If people stay in their area, for example, do you think Lagos will be as messed as it is today? It won't. A person like me, I grew up in Ekiti. You understand? Just imagine if my parents did not move back to Ekiti that time to grow up, how will we even survive in Lagos, to be honest? How are we even going to survive Lagos? Why do you think you have some, when you want to talk of home of corruption today, you can't compete with Lagos? You want to talk of home of corruption today, talk of any kind of corruption, prostitution, the official corruption, the one in the private sector, all those stuff. Apart from government, federal government, that is Abuja is the main thing. You can't be more. So why do you think people who now want to resort into committing some kind of serious crime? They want to survive in the expensive Lagos. But so the thing is this: it should be there should be a way that someone will just wake up in the morning. You want to become multi-billionaire, you'll be looking at I can make it in my state or in my local government. That's what I'm talking about. You understand? I don't blame those people that are coming to Lagos that are proper businessmen. That you go to China, you bring your product, all those people. I don't want to blame them in the sense that, number one, you go to where you are population. That's understandable. You put your shop, you stock your shop with maybe a good with goods worth like 100, 200, 200 million. You go to where you have people. That's understandable. Some of them will go to the bank and borrow money at a very high interest rate. So you don't want to go to where you will just have some kind of sales about 10 sales in a month. But you want to stay where you will have hundreds of them. I agree, no problem with that. But those that do not have the means, that can still live effectively and efficiently in their locality, we should have a way to encourage them. Let me use the word encouragement now, so that I won't be too harsh, to stay within their locality.
But you're making a lot of assumptions. You're assuming in that locality they have the opportunity readily available to accommodate all of them.
Okay, do you have why a person like me would want to make such kind of assumption? You understand? I didn't grow up in a city. I grew up in a village. And farming was like an opportunity. You understand? For some people there. But a person like me, just because of my background and I got a job in Lagos, you understand, I moved there. Mind you, the other part of the story is this: I was born in Lagos actually, but we moved to Ekiti. I grew up in Ekiti. But when I went back to Lagos, I went back to Lagos on opportunity. There are some people from Niger Republic today. They're on the street of Lagos. Either they are doing Megad, or they are moving wheelbarrow around to sell some stuff, or they are riding Okada. All those people that you've seen in Lagos, there are so many people that are not from Nigeria that are on the street of Lagos there. That even where they sleep, where some of them sleep in the night, you dare not pass through those places.
I get what you're saying, but here's the problem. All this demolishing is one. You know why it's one? It's because Nigerians about don't want to invest in Nigeria. It's because want to invest. You invest more in Nigeria and demolish the house. What's the point of investing in Nigeria? It scares people where to invest. I'm sorry. It scares people where to invest in Nigeria. When you demolish people's houses, people don't want to invest in Nigeria because the money is waste of money. That's why a lot of Nigerians scared to invest in Nigeria. You better something and demolish. It happened all Nigeria, and it's sad. How you can invest your money in something, but they're going to demolish? What's the point of investing money in Nigeria if they're doing this? That's what people discourage to invest in Nigeria. I don't blame them.
Okay. Let's have a deal. This is done. Now you have Innocent Motor in where is that city in Anambra, right?
Yes.
The question is this: the Nigerian military, they buy from Innocent, and some government agencies, they buy from Innocent. Probably Innocent is exporting now. I don't know. You understand? The thing is, you can still do some kind of investment within your locality, but who are those people that we encourage such investments? They are governors. Now, look at Dangote refinery. It was supposed to be in Ondo State. When Ondo State, when they were still struggling with everybody started thinking of what they were going to. I know it's not that easy for people to give up their land. I know. But someone could have quickly stepped in and tried to look at the danger of just allowing that thing to linger so long. Because they never saw Lagos coming. Otherwise, they should have moved faster. They should have moved very fast to make sure that Dangote refinery stays in Ondo State. Just imagine $55 billion investment in Ondo State. Do you think Ondo State will remain the same? No. $55 billion in Ondo State.
You guys, your leaders dropped that ball big time.
Exactly. So the thing is, that is exactly what I'm saying. Okay, look at the garment industry in Ogun State now. Do you think that if Ondo State government, for example, is proactive, or someone is proactive in the southeast or in the north central region, and the government is saying, okay, I will do PPP with you, so that to give you some kind of guarantee, that factory is planned to employ 150,000 people. Just imagine having such kind of factory in the north central or in the northwest, giving people money. They are going to protect it if the government is in support. Let's look back at the old days of hide and skins. Let's assume that Kano State government now found some kind of, instead of using money to give money to do the burial, to be saying, okay, we are going to give you money to marry, and maybe be giving some people some kind of mandate to get married, all those stuff, be sponsoring Hajj, all those stuff. Let's assume the government stop that. I put that money, I look at, maybe you start negotiating with the federal government. Let us ban all this importation of leathers, like shoes and all those stuff. I will invite a company from somewhere outside the country. I said, okay, as Ogun State is having a garment factory that we employ about 150,000 people, we say we want to have hide and skin industry here that is capable of employing like 200,000, 300,000 people. If government start doing all those stuff, many of those people from Kano, from all those areas that are riding Okada, do you think they want to stay away from their home? People will always prefer to stay within their environment if the environment is conducive. Probably Oshun, or if someone from Oshun will still want to stay within his environment where he can drink palm wine and just enjoy the freshness of this environment, than going and be squatting in a room where there are about 10 people in the same room in Lagos. So that's just the way I see it. So to me, we have a lot to do.
Yeah, we sure do. But Nigeria's problem, nationally, our immigration, do you even have immigration? Obviously, we do have immigration policy, but not enforced in the northern part. I mean, people just crisscross the borders whenever they want. So, and I tell you, enforcing immigration, it costs a lot of money. In fact, everything costs a lot of money. That's what people don't know. Everything costs a lot of money. So when people make fun of Lagos that Lagos smells or stinks, well, only if they know what it takes to manage 20 million plus people in such a space, they wouldn't complain that Lagos smells. It costs a lot of money. Sanitation costs a lot of money. Everything for a big population is exponential when you have to spend to do the right thing, to make ends meet. So immigration, it's a big deal. But again, people would always migrate to places that can have opportunity. Yes, even people that are well off would migrate or go to places that just to change environment or because they can. But I do agree with you though that most people will stay in their locality if they have opportunity. They would. I think people like to be close to home, close to where they're familiar with. They go on vacation and come back. I think naturally, I think most of us would do that actually, than to just jackpot and be gone or disappear from our own community. Again, if you have opportunity there, so that's human nature. But yeah, people would move. I mean, Lagos it's totally something else now. It's totally something else, and more people keep coming, keep coming, and keep coming. You like wonder, wow. I give a lot of credit to a city like Lagos. Actually, I do. I mean, if you go to most places, even if that big old Canada that you are, there are so many scanty populated places in that place. The land is so big, but people still have one challenge or another. So imagine a place like Lagos having to deal with the millions and millions of people every day with the limited resources that they have and the space, the physical space that they have to deal with. You got to give credit to the leadership. You got to give credit. Yeah.
And one funny thing about Lagos State is some people are actually angry that Lagos State will be getting more money, and that you start wondering if we are serious in that country. And the more reason I want people to put pressure on their leaders. Just imagine people fighting the allocation that will be going to Lagos. They are the leaders from the north that they be earning money from. They build so many local government for themselves to allocate resources, to get more resources. They got all those stuff. Why they were contributing? Why some of them were contributing almost zero into the federal purse? They were the one that were talking about the money that is going to Lagos, but none of them is talking about what Lagos generates. None of them is talking that their citizen, when they are unable to handle them, they run away to Lagos to pollute Lagos. Many of them that are talking, they have a citizen in Lagos. They are not contributing to Lagos economy. What I mean is that in terms of tax, you understand, they are not contributing. They may be riding Okada, they may be fetching water for people, they may be all those say, okay, I understand, I recognize that. People must survive. You understand? But I want all these rogues, all these rogue leaders to feel the pressure and the anger of their people rather than directing everything to the central. You understand? That's the idea. I want them to feel the pressure so that when you are going to become the governor of your state, you know you are not going there just because you think you can build your empire. You become wealthier.
They're not going to feel no pressure. I mean, we talk about you. I guess specifically talk about it all the time. That people should look towards their local government for help. But again, it all goes back to our understanding and of how governance works and how the people are synthesized to their local government or even to their governor on the state level. See, you'll be surprised. I wish there's a survey, just a generic survey that asks people how they feel about a local government or rather that maybe their states, and see how much responsibility they put on the shoulders of their governors. I would like to see that because people don't know that that governors or that local government holds them anything. And you wonder why everybody points their nose towards Abuja or the federal government, because that's all they know. Things is not working out on my streets, in my state. The federal government is not doing their job. That's all they know. So there's no way people will hold their local government or they even forget about the governor of a state. Who can get close to the governor of a state? Those people are so powerful this and so remote from the people. It doesn't exist. So, in other words, to get back to people holding their leaders locally responsible, which is the subsidiary responsible. It comes down to people. It comes down to education number one. Then it comes down to synthesizing the people and a really massive campaign of reorientation of people's way of looking at leadership or governance. It has to get to that point. People don't know a lot. As much as you say it, people don't know, and they don't. The media tells
Prince Daddy, do you know why I appreciate people that come say, I've never hide this, I joined this forum, I think was immediately after COVID. I can't even remember that I started coming. Now, the point is, the little thing you are doing now, I think I have an idea of the impact it may be having on people. You understand? I have an idea, the idea of what it may be having on the people. So, because it's different from when we allow some people to run away with, if we were to be those days without social media, some of the people that are running all this wrong narrative today will have gone far. But today, if they run it, we run our own. This local government and state we are talking about, watch out in the next 2 years. You'll be shocked that you would think people are not listening. It's just because you and I are the ones saying it. Maybe we don't move a needle. But those people that will move more than needles, by the time they pick it up, you will start seeing things changing. That's why that the little we are contributing now that you think is not that is not effective, don't be surprised.
Ola, good morning.
morning,
Quick question for Prince Daddy. Are you there, Prince Daddy? Can you hear me, Prince?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes. There.
Good morning. Where was the compassion? Where is the compassion for those that have died as a result of illegal building on the channels? Where is the compassion for those that have lost their businesses from the flooding caused directly by people building illegally in those channels? Do we care about them? I actually came up for our friend from California because I don't know why he was making all these emotional takes without any fact. Do we care about people that are dying as a result of people building anyhow? Do we care about those people? So how dare you ask for compensation for somebody that built illegally? As a matter of fact, they should be in jail. They should be in prison. But in Nigeria, we have this anyhow mentality. He spent 10 billion on the property now. Why we take it down? In when I was living in Austin, if they remove any property from anywhere in Texas back in the days, you will actually pay the government for them cleaning it up. You will pay for that. They will charge you you will pay for the cleanup. But you want them to then compensate you for what? I don't know where that came from, Prince. I honestly don't know why Nigerians believe that way. You clearly committed a crime. It's a criminal act, by the way, but you still want government to compensate you for committing a crime. And don't tell me all this. How people come online and say, "Oh, they give us 2 months notice or 10 minutes notice." People that commit this crime, they know exactly what they're doing, but they think that they can get away with it by bribing somebody in the government. Why do we believe this way, Prince? Honestly, because I refuse to believe that you have no idea of what you're doing. You cannot claim ignorance, spending almost 100 million naira now, Prince. You cannot claim ignorance. You know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, Big, to my point. We're on the same page on this issue. That's what I was arguing a lot. And I know Prestige, I'm not sure where Prestige is coming from, but That, I mean, I said that's what I said. Look, the fact they compensated these people in the first place, to me, it's noble actually. That the government is doing Lagos State government is compensating these people for doing something illegal in the first place. I thought that was quite noble, if you ask me. But just like you said, I don't think they should be compensated. They've done something wrong. And to your point, actually, those people that died as a result of flooding and all those collapsed building and whatnot. What about those people? And now that a government has come about wanting to do the right thing, people are complaining. People like Prestigious being emotional about, people spending millions and millions of dollars building their structure. Therefore, we should not do the right thing according to the law. So this is the challenge we face. They don't know face reality, to improve the society. They don't want to do that. They always want to point finger and make things too personal or emotional.
But Prince, do you think that Lagos can sustain this? Because I was driving in when I heard you talk about people complain about Lagos being dirty, and you talk about how difficult it is to manage Lagos with the teeming population of the state. And people are, by the way, trooping in their hundreds on a daily basis. And based on what I read, Lagos is going to be about 42 million by 2040. That's the projection.
Huh? Really? Wow.
Yeah. So
that's unsustainable, right? It's unsustainable.
So Lagos they are suffering from their own failure, from their own success. That's what I can put it. So the failure of the other state is what is kind of compounding their problem in Lagos. So as Lagos continues to progress, and you have the remaining regressing. So do you know? Now look at this. Now Lagos is building their green line, right? They already have a blue line. They want to build the red line phase 2. They are expanding their own transit. They have the Lagos Calabar Railway. If Lagos can get power, so imagine Lagos with power and transportation, and 42 million people in that city, but yet you don't want to pay taxes. So how are they supposed to clean up the city if you don't pay taxes? So I don't understand Nigerians. You don't want to pay taxes. You are trooping in that state in millions on a yearly basis. And when they ask you to pay, you start complaining about tribalism, about the poor. But yet you bring up SA, Germany, UK, America, and London. Is it for free in New York? I mean, we can use a NY as an example, right, of what Lagos will look like if they get themselves together. But is it very cheap to live in to live in New York City? It's not. I'm sure you a bit, Prince.
Of course not.
It's not cheap. No. So don't be using your as an example. If you cannot pay in Lagos, you move where you can afford to live. It's that simple. And Rhodes Vivour was bringing up that in London they have accommodation for poor people in all these expensive buildings. It's all BS. We know that. Example, they have the same thing in Manhattan, where they have all these so-called small poor housing for poor people. Guess what? They can't live there. Do you know why? Because even if you get that apartment for discount, the cost of living in that area is too expensive for you anyways. You have all this expensive stuff around you. How are you going to live? It never works. Having all this council building in rich areas never works, because there's more to living in that area than just the rent. You can't pay. They have higher costs for maintenance, for power, for water. Even the food is expensive in those areas. So I don't know where this clown Rhodes Vivour is coming from. I don't even know what he's saying. I don't understand them. So, Prince, in the next 15 years, right? Lagos will have 42 million people. How do you think they're going to handle that, Prince?
I mean, looking at it right now, it's unsustainable, even making that projection. And unless we're going to have a lot of skyscrapers in Lagos, because the land space is constrained. We have to start making buildings that are like 100 stories really to accommodate such a population. We all know that there's no space for that amount of that number of people. We don't have that space. And people again complain about Lagos things. I mean, you can only imagine when people move to a place and they don't have any plan. They don't have the resources.
Sorry, Prince. It's not 40, it's 30 million people by 2040.
Even at that, it's a lot of people still. It's just a lot of people.
So, how many people do you call it, Babati?
30 million.
30 million.
In the next 15 years, we will be living in
30 million. What do you think the legal population is like as I speak?
About 20 right now.
20 to 25 range, I've heard.
Yeah, right now.
So if Lagos is about 25 million now, you can be rest assured by 2030 that 30 million.
That is the official now. That's the official score, but we know that you can add maybe an extra 5 billion to it.
Yes,
because that's my problem. We have to decongest that Lagos. Not even for security reasons.
Ola, you cannot force that if Ogun or Oyo and Anambra are not doing their job. You can't blame people for wanting to live in Lagos now.
Automatically people will.
You can't
the population will automatically spill over to
I'm saying that something is bringing them to Lagos, right? And to Prince's point, if you don't have opportunities in your own area, you will relocate. And in Nigeria, the top three will be Lagos, PH, and Abuja. They will attract the very best in your state to them. So if they keep progressing and you keep failing, the demand on Lagos will keep increasing. You can't blame us for moving, is my point. But
you know that is why I've suggested that there should be a policy that favors the indigene of a locality. You understand? It's not because I know when I say this, people are thinking it's not wickedness. Because if you live in Arizona and you want to study in Illinois, so you are likely going to pay like times 3 of that. Okay, because let me just give an example of what I know. That is the situation that if you want to go to this is in Atlanta. What's the name of this school in it's not Georgia. They call it Kennesaw State University, for example. You are studying there. If you are from that place at that time, you will pay, I think, around 800.
No, that is just that's just for the first 1 year. The first 1 year.
No, even this is even at graduate level, right? At graduate level.
No.
Now you not leading G, you not resident, you'll be paying like times 3.
No, for America, it's about correct me if I'm wrong, Prince. The first 1 year is when you pay more. Once you live in anything for past 1 year, then you become a resident, then you have access. But I'm saying, okay, here's my point. Even with that, people will still move if they cannot get something that is even close to what is in Lagos. They will pay more in that Lagos because they can make more money. They have more. Look at P Square. P Square came from Jos. Nobody knew about them. They came to Lagos. They blew up. So if you don't have all those things in your own area, the people will keep moving. So Lagos does not have a choice. And say, guys, I am open to having a rail service in my state that links to your state. Go and live in Ekiti and come work in the morning and leave in the evening. Lagos has to then, please, guys, I can't handle this crowd. But if those guys in Ekiti or Ogun don't handle their business, Lagos has no choice. You can't turn people away. How? So I honestly don't know what kind of policy that will not sound discriminatory that Lagos can come up with, Prince. Maybe you have an idea, Prince. I honestly don't know, because they can't stop this. It's inevitable.
You know, that's the challenge. That is the challenge of how someone will speak without sounding too discriminative. So because it's challenging. Because there was a time that Ibadan was the main thing, right? Ibadan population as far back as as a 1921 census.
Even Wari was bubbling in the early 90s now. Wari was the
Yeah,
Wari.
Ibadan was more than Lagos in 19, according to 1921 census. Even 1931, Ibadan was more than Lagos. Although I would like to assume maybe the Lagos they were talking about, maybe federal territory, I don't know. But based on what I have in front of me. But fast forward to 1963, Lagos caught up with Ibadan. And from there onward, it has led to population explosion. So and this is one of the reasons I still believe in all this regional integration, because if you have regional integration, that maybe the government start focusing some kind of railway line. You have some strategy of building some kind of a housing scheme. You are now building massively in an area that have land like Ibadan. Like maybe you put some in Ondo State. You have a way of linking, or you have a way of decentralizing businesses that people will have no business in Lagos. Oh my goodness, Lagos as it is today, Lagos should be building high-rising, to be honest, to accommodate people, not all those two-bedroom boys quarter and all those stuff. Lagos need to be properly managed because of ecological security. There's a problem in Lagos already. There is a problem. We don't pray for any major flooding because look at Lekki Phase 1. Anytime that place is flooded, oh my goodness, it's crazy. I don't know. Maybe Prince Daddy or Boss a day or they have a better solution because it's a.
Well, see, Lagos State has a physical constraint in terms of its ability to expand or accommodate people. Just like you said, Lagos has started looking at building upward. That's the only way out, unless they're going to keep claiming land from the sea or something, and that is environmentally not advisable in terms of the ecological issues in the future. But I tell you, Lagos is constrained. And I think that they're forward thinking in so many ways, right? I understand they have a land or some kind of agricultural program in Kebbi or some other northern states for their food supply. That's a good way to look at it. Now, when it comes to physical accommodation of people living there, they have to build upward. That's the only way to go. Places like China, maybe you guys know. Do you guys know any state or any region that has started a new city from scratch like they do in China? You know, China just started a new city from scratch and built it from literally from scratch and put everything there for people to migrate there or go live there. We don't have such a concept in Nigeria. We don't.
But Prince Daddy, do you know that the land belongs to the government in China? So that is one of our drawback, because the land belongs to the people. But I think if I were Lagos State, I have to force some people to some nearby satellite town or nearby city like Ikorodu and the rest, and try to develop those areas. Because when you demolish,
you are wrong at that point. The land belongs to the Nigerian state.
I know.
You only have say of occupancy, not ownership.
Yeah, I know, but in China, the land, people don't have occupancy. The land belongs to the government. So no matter what happens, you have to buy the property or the building from estate valuers or estate developer and the rest. But what I'm trying to say is that for people that build their house on the canal or whatever, so like example of China, like what Prince Daddy said, they build an entirely new city, and then you now force them to these places. Instead, that they give them 2 houses and also give them a little compensation. So when those places start to develop, the value of the property they force you to, maybe in Korodu or wherever in Lagos State, the value also increases with time. But you know, in Nigeria, we practice constitutional democracies, and sometimes things got slowed down because of court cases and this and that. So sometimes, and you know, Lagos State is not, although some areas were well planned, but majority were not well planned because of our Nigerian. We don't follow the rules and regulations. We buy land, we don't get the right documents or something like that. But I think I like what Lagos State is doing. They shouldn't bother about people that complain. If this thing is against the city development, just demolish it. If you can compensate, then compensate. So, or maybe build another property in another very far away from Lagos Island or wherever.
But I mean, why don't they prosecute them? Because on paper, that is a crime.
But the reason why they won't be able to prosecute them is because at the end of the day, when you start digging,
if you are conniving with
they connive with the state officials. So you have to force
then that one in the office and the one that is paying bribe, they should both be prosecuted. Is my point.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. But unfortunately, we are not practicing that kind of separation of power very well, whereby each state have their own power to prosecute. When you do something like that in Nigeria, it comes down to tribalism or something like that, which is not supposed to be. A lot of Lagosians that are Yoruba people, their property were demolished and they don't cry foul because they know what they have done too. So I remember when I was helping an uncle to build a house, the house is very close to the canal. At the end of the day, we have to leave the canal alone. We spend a lot of money, but when the state government came, they said we cannot build it because so they have to give us a kind of we have to leave a kind of space. So that really eats deep into the land the guy bought. So that, and if he has not followed the advice, maybe today they would have demolished his house too. So
my thing, Lagos should do the Nairobi mark. I just like what Nairobi skyscrapers. Lagos should do the Nairobi mark. Be too many skyscrapers. That's not the problem. Nairobi is a good example what Lagos is supposed to be like. Nairobi is a good example. There've been so many skyscrapers because it's a plan for the future. That's what Lagos should be doing.
Sorry, can I talk now?
Yeah, go ahead, bossy.
Yeah. I think, okay, first of all, when we're talking about skyscraper, there's too much wastage in Nigeria because we lack this maintenance culture. Look at all those high rises, those houses that Jakonde built in the area they call Jakonde. Many of them like that. But because they did not maintain them, those buildings have run down. So the only choice is to bring them down. Wastage of spaces where they should have been able to allocate to people to live on. Yes, the other thing, sorry, I'm thinking of something and then I've got in the middle. I can't remember the other thing I wanted to talk about. Sorry, what did you say? Please remind me what you said last. Something
Are you talking of Shuku? You are talking of Shaz. Shaz.
Yes.
What did you say? Boss, I want to know what you said.
I'm saying Lagos supposed to do like the Nairobi mark. Basically, plan for the future. Big skyscraper. Plan for the future. That's why Nairobi's always been a skyscraper. They've been an expressway. Working the plan for the future. That was Nigeria should use Nairobi model to solve the population problem.
Thank you. I remember what I wanted to say now. One thing that can help Lagos State is to have a blueprint whereby everything has been, regularized, that at a click, I don't even need to go on officials. If I go on Lagos State website, I'll be able to read everything what I need. I'll be able to read the information that I need. The laws and the rules and the regulation will have been put there to say these are even these areas are lands that have government. What do they normally call it when you can't build on government something? A government acquisition.
Acquisition, yeah.
Exactly. Everything is online. Everything you go online, every information you need at one click. You can easily see it. Areas that they are meant to be green areas, that they are just meant to be live alone, just to be green, that no building should go on. I've lived in this country. There's an area in my area that the years I've been living on it, nothing. The only thing they do there occasionally is car boot sale. No building on it because it's meant to be like that. All those areas should be put in their system so that when people, even if I buy a land, on the click of going to Lagos State website, I could see it myself to say, okay, this person has sold this place for me. It's not for building. It's only meant for green area. Put everything. Put the law, put the fine. If we see anybody sailing under the bridge, this is how much you are going to charge them. If you see anybody building on the waterway after we demolished your house, you are going to pay fine for us clearing it. Put everything there. You know all these excuses that people, we didn't know. They didn't tell us they're coming to demolish your house. Oh, we didn't know that we build on a waterway. Oh, we didn't know that we build on a green area. Oh, we didn't know that excuses will never be there again. Put everything on your website. At a click, people
Go ahead. I will have
at a
to.
click, people can read it themselves. They will know area to build on. They will know area that is just for recreation area that you cannot build anything on it. They will know the pathway for drainage. They will know if you build on it, you don't even cry from now till next year. Nobody will listen to you because it's glaring on your face to say you cannot build here. This area is government acquisition on. This is drainage. This is only for green area. Put everything on your system so that even if your officials want to lie, when you go online yourself, you'll be able to see it. I think Lagos State need to do that. Because you know our people, the moment they now demolish their house, they didn't tell us. They only gave us one night. Which we always know is always not true. Oh, they only told us 2 days ago. They only told us 3 days ago. All those excuses will not be there. People can read all the information themselves. I think that is the only thing again that can help all this illegality. Put a fine there. We find you selling where you shouldn't be selling.
Let me ask a question. Will it be too much, or will be too? We put too much burden on people if Lagos State government just come up with a policy that okay, going forward, we will not allow individuals to build houses on their own going forward, that we are going to have some real estate developers that we have to build and you can only buy from those estate developers. Will it be too much for Lagos?
No, I don't think that would be right. People should be given choice. If I want to buy from estate agent, which they are doing, I like the way they are building beautiful uniform houses. You know, it looks beautiful. But at the same time, people should be given choice to build house of their desire. You know, in the European country, you hardly see people building houses. They build, they buy. But people still build.
Why I'm saying it is that you know that individual building houses on their own, that's why we even have this level of problems. But if they are supposed to be estate developers, like they normally build there that we buy. So don't you think those people are likely to follow the
I don't think
guideline?
so.
And
I think the guideline should be for individuals that want to build their own house and estate agents, regardless of whichever way, whether you want to build it personally, it's not a matter of burden because you should is a choice.
I think I totally agree with what Ola is trying to say. If you want to bring more civility and you want to plan a city for the future, even if you are going to build by yourself, then you must follow the laid down rules and regulation of that. What kind of house you can build?
Definitely, I agree with that. Definitely, I agree with that.
If that is the case, then we are going to see more civility. But here now and another thing I really want to say, and this one will roughen a lot of people. I think there are some places in Lagos that Lagos they need to go and build houses for people and then rent it to them. Rent to own. Maybe push them out of Lagos State totally to a new settlement.
That would be Lagos East. But here's the problem.
Lagos are doing it now. They are building some houses in Returnee.
But here's the problem. Lagos has not learned the lesson from old Lagos. The demand for Lagos is now increasing, and they are making the same mistake all over again. You're not supposed to allow that to happen again once you've learned the lesson from what happened with the old side of Lagos, the east and the central.
For example, look at Lagos to Calabar Highway now. there's some stretch of swampy road on both sides of the road. Why not Lagos State invest in conjunction in partnership with a lot of well-established estate valuers or estate developers, so that they can move people to that place, and then you can
No,
develop that.
you know
That
my
area.
own vision for that area. When I look at that area, oh my God! Sometimes we waste a lot of investment in Nigeria
Don't mind a lot of people
because
are
because it's close to seashore. That area should not even be residential area. I'm telling you, that area should not be resident. That area should be holiday resorts. That area should be companies, factories. When I went to Texas, I went out with my sister, and we were going out, and I keep saying companies, companies, companies. And I was saying, tell me why there will not be job in this country. In our own country, what we see more is residential houses. Like our seashore, when I went to Egypt, and I know and I see what they use their sea line to do. They use that sea line to build resorts, hotels, a resort that you will be there for 7 days. You will not even believe that you are inside it. Different like that. Along that seashore, they didn't waste it for just residential area. They use it to build holiday resorts. In fact, when I went there, come and see people in a day that fly to Cairo to Egypt in a day. You see, all those areas should not even be residential area. It should be for holiday resorts, not just crack holiday resorts. Massive one that will be generating income into Lagos State. In fact, when I look at that place, that's the vision. If I have money or if I have mouth, that is what I would tell Lagos State. Do not give it to individual to build residential house anymore. In fact, there was a time I went into Lagos State government. I'm sure whether they read it or not, there is message to say. I even tell him the example of Egypt to say, go to Egypt. I mentioned where is it? I forgot that. Is it Sheikh something? If you have been to Egypt before, I mentioned where I went, and I said, take your officials there. Maybe that will give you the vision of what I'm talking about. Take your officials to Egypt and see how they make even Egypt. You won't believe their water. Their water, you can't even drink it. Because their water, they call it Red Sea, very salty. But yet, they build.
Bossa, take this question along. Every day, just like Babati said, there are thousands of people all over the country flocking to Lagos State. How would you stop that, migration from every corner of the country? Because I don't see any reason why we cannot have 6 super states like Lagos State, so that Nigerians can realize their Nigerian dream. So
that's what we said now.
How is it going to come? Because so many people are not doing nothing.
That's what we're saying, that if every state is building like Lagos is building, the pressure will not be so much on Lagos. Then the other guy that spoke said it really well. High rises, we can be building high rise, but my fear is that we lack maintenance culture. Look at all the Jakonde estate they were demolishing now. Look at all those estates. These are like 10 stories building, but they did not maintain them until they run down. Everything run down. Now they have brought them down. Imagine if in UK there are high rises that they have built in the 60s. And they are still standing in the 60s. In fact, most of the houses we are buying, most of them are built in the 60s.
Even in the 30s, yeah, 30s, buildings that were built, high-rising buildings in the 30s, in the 18, late 1900, everything is still there.
Exactly. Look at all those houses, the buildings they demolished in Jakonde Estate. If they have maintained those buildings, that will have accommodated thousands of Nigerians. Jakonde building there, but they look at it until when it's run down. Is it not the same thing that is happening in Festac? Is it not the same thing that is running in Festac now? Look at when Festac was built, beautiful layout, everything is running down now. So it's just, first of all, we need to have maintenance culture. Then everywhere should not be residential, please. Like all those sea lines should not be residential. they should go to where
I
they make
think,
use of their residential. Oh.
sorry to
No,
Even the design is
but,
flawed. Guys, even the design is flawed. You're supposed to have like a walkway on that shoreline. People can walk in the evening they can sit down and just enjoy. That's the way they design all
Exactly. Yes. Oh, alone. I wish I know Nigeria.
Can I interject a bit because my network is not so good? Can I interject a bit? Thank you guys, for this evening this discussion. And then Ola, you did a great job there tonight. I'm very happy. You open it up, and then I see how they try to battle you, to submission, but you didn't allow them to fool you. You know what I'm saying? The people who are coming here to be talking trashes all the time in their effort or attempt to defend the government that not even send a message. For example, there was a question I asked my brother there, Ken. I said, what do you want them to do for people living along the Ogunpa Street? Do you want them to just go and kick them out without any alternative approach? So what our sister was saying is that it's like those areas, there are some areas earmarked, for green purposes or whatever, the land that are not to be sold. People are already aware. Nobody's going to buy maybe for farming, for planting their maize in Germany. Everywhere there are some places like that. Then to the question of China, Obasanjo's third-term bid was a lost opportunity for us. If we had allowed that guy to be a live president, then we wouldn't be talking about all the failures or vacuum of government today in Nigeria. Because so the Chinese, what they did was that because we were at the same position, at the same level, about 20 years ago. So Chinese people, what they did was to try to cancel their shanty towns because that had been shown to the European people that look at how poor the Chinese people were like. So the Chinese government went there to evacuate them by force and took them to some places. Then after building high-rising buildings, like our sister said suggested just now, then they brought them back free of charge. You can't just, evacuate people and then leave them to their own destiny. You don't do that because these people are part of the country. They have equal stake in the Nigeria project. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say that you want to turn Lagos into a rich man city alone. So it's just act of stupidity when we try to do that. We try to, forget that we have people that are not that so privileged in our society. So the country, like the way I grew up, I grew up in Ibadan and Benin. Big men and rich men, they live together. You see one street, you see rich man, you see poor man, you see middle-aged man, you see middle rich man, and all the middle class men, and so. But you can't just say that you want to turn Lagos into a rich man only, see country. You know what I'm saying? So we I don't think that we can get it again because that Obasanjo was the last chance. Because nothing wrong in doing his third term or being a life president as long as doing the right thing for us, like the Putin of Russia and the Xi Jinping now they are doing. You see, so we don't have to be listening to these European people to be telling us about democracy, which is, we only bring you free speech, which is not free. After all, you know what I'm saying? So that's just what I want to add to it, I really thank you guys, I thank this madam there, I don't know your name, Daniela, thank you so much. Then Prince Daddy, I see that they are trying to deceive you now. Always stand for the right of the poor people, okay? Don't let them deceive you. You cannot evacuate people without even last night I couldn't even sleep when I heard that the Lagos state government was saying that they are giving 300,000 as compensation. I beg, maybe we divide the country so that we know where we all belong. We can restart at our various regional levels. Thank you, my people.
Tony, you are doing well until you. Why did you get to breaking up the country? You were doing well. Where did you get? Let's move on.
I must correct that. Nigeria is not in the same pedestal with China. China is way far ahead of Nigeria.
No, I said as at 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we were at the same level because
hold on, please. Even at 20 years ago, you cannot compare Nigeria with
China.
Nigeria is far too low.
No, you can compare. Let me just, no, hold on. Go to BenTV, hold on. Go to BenTV, go to AIT of 25 years ago, 20 years ago. Go to CNN. Hold on. Is it because they are white people? We have people like myself here, like Ola, like this mother that just spoken, that know the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Forget about our color. It seems like a black. You are just, you are saying that you are having a piece of land in a Kwara state. You know what I'm saying? And which is, at the end of the day, this outside people they are pursuing you guys away there. What do I say now? Let's not divide the country. We know exactly how to take the country forward. Our respective regional, at our respective regional level.
What I want to say is very simple. What I want to say is very simple. We cannot compare ourselves with China. What the Chinese did.
Why not? They get flat nose now. Is it because they are white color?
You have been talking. Let other people speak.
Okay.
What they did was simple. Because they need to develop their country, they closed down their country and they moved people from the city to the hinterland. And they plan very well. They continue to build city using their population. They moved.
I brought them back.
No, relax. What they did was like they continue to build this new city and then build ports and use their population to build their country. And it's like a sacrifice to the nation that, okay, everybody is working for this country to make our country better. That means an average Chinese is highly patriotic compared to Nigeria, which we are not, if we must tell ourselves the truth. And secondly, 90% of the people living in China are the same nationality. They call them the Han nationality. In Nigeria, we have over 350 ethnic groups. Everybody is jostling for power. Everybody.
No.
There's no need to divide the country. No need. But we can still work together.
Okay. It's not until when they separate the country that the government will be doing the right thing. Why can't all those Lagos, all those governors of each state begin to do the right thing for their communities? Why are they waiting for the country to be divided before they do right thing? Why are people running away from other states to Lagos? If each governor are doing what we are saying about building high rises, why are other states are not doing the same thing for their people?
Another question you will ask is why are the people from each state of that federation they are not holding their governor accountable? Why can't they talk? Why can't they speak up? This is what we want.
Immunity, and impunity. Immunity and impunity. My sister, hold on. Sorry. It's immunity. Hold on. There is no checks and balances. So like Governor Basaki, he took money for 8 years. He didn't do anything at all. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it's like. There's some governors too. There's no checks and balances. My sister, we need a Ministry of Finance. We need a Ministry of Work. We need a Ministry of Education. They are not functioning.
We don't need to divide Nigeria before governor.
No. Hold on. No. But But that's the only solution now because hold on, my sir. The country has been damaged to a point of no return, so it's beyond repair. That is why we are saying all this. You get me?
Okay. The question I want to ask you is: it until they divide Nigeria before those governors begin to do the right thing for their people?
Yes, because hold on again. I want to give you a very quick answer. The administrators will be closer to us. You know what I'm saying? Like yesterday now, in Benin, they said that they captured some two Hausa men that cut somebody's arm off, and then they bring it to the police station. The DPO is an Hausa man, and then they free the guys. You know what I'm saying? So
you see, sometimes we just lay some unreasonable excuses. Yes. Tinubu has fought for local chairman. So every state now they have grassroots local chairman. So what with
it's not functioning. The foundation is not okay. The foundation is not there for these institutions to function. We don't have any established.
Other states, Mr. If Lagos State is trying its best, and
It's
even
not
some
functioning.
of the
Lagos State is not functioning. A city, hold on. A city without no running water. Hold on, my sister. Look, the sister, Lagos is not functioning, please. It's only the rich people that are living in Lekki. What about people in Makoko? What about people in Ajegule? What about, I mean,
no, I disagree with you. I
Musholota.
disagree with you totally.
Yeah,
The
power.
new local chairman.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You never knew me. My name is Tony Africa, DPT, my sister. What's your name, please?
I know you
I know.
very well.
Okay, so now there is no system or ground. You can see there's no power. So what I was suggesting is that the government should have started to provide electricity, which is the basic. If you want to develop a country, so that's why the country they're just starting from top to bottom. You know, we're supposed to start from electricity power, which is look, Ajakuta, we have natural resources, we cannot refine them. My sister, there's no way. Only that decentralization, let us separate the country peacefully without no war. And that's what Tinubu is doing for me right now. I really thank him. I pray for good health, for Tinubu, because he's unknowingly, because he knows he loves power now. He loves all those 150 motorcade to be running after him, with Shahin, but he's doing the right thing for us. I can see the outside people, they are crying. They are not even suggest that, let us share the country. They don't want to be the same country with us again. Tinubu is doing that. Forget about the, economic hardship that our people are facing. You know what I'm saying? But it's just a question of time. This is gonna go better, get better. You know what I'm saying? Tinubu is doing the right thing unknowingly. You get me, my sister?
Can I just stop you? I'm sorry, everybody, BT, everyone on the platform.
If you can get closer to your microphone, Alaji. Alaji, get closer to your microphone.
All right. Okay, you can share me.
Yeah, you can.
You
can make it like that.
Am I doing better right now?
Better, but you still stand far away.
All right. Let me adjust the settings. How are you all doing? How is work? How is everyone?
There is no money. No money.
No, Haba. The only place that Nigerian youth enjoys is Canada. Canada. Canada.
That's
You don't know Magneto.
All these American people don't scatter ground.
No, you guys are fighting Trump now, so maybe you deserve it now, according to Baba. What's his name, Prince Daddy, and the guys that So Trump is just unleashing mayhem to the world. I see that he is in an egoistical battle with because of something that is even trivial. He's decided to sanction Canada and all that, and you guys have some sort of liberal kind of is it liberal or deranged kind of government? I can't even say. However, one thing that I would say, even as bad as Canada is, at least you guys have a better standard of living than the Americans. At least your freedoms are better. At least there's some sort of moral control at the top echelons of leadership. But America is just a disgrace right now. It's just a disgrace. The only people who adhere to America.
Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy is here.
I know. Well, yeah, Prince Daddy can do his sure, American English all he wants, but it doesn't dispute the reality. Like a fundamentalist is a fundamentalist. An extremist is an extremist. I'm not saying Prince Daddy is an extremist, but he's borderline there because the way he defends, those and there is no moderation. What the best kind of life and philosophy is the one that is done with stoicism and moderation, and that's at least the philosophical school of thought. And the simplest things in life are the most beautiful. Life is simple, just it's not that complicated if you are willing to fall into that us versus them narrative too much. Then you lose track of really understanding what life is all about and appreciating and seeing the reality as it is. You become hyper vigilant and hyper offended. That let me not just go too much into that, and let me start with Tony, the way he is talking about some two Hausa men in Edo State. Do you how do you get
About Alaji, I know go fit separate your fight and Tony today, because once you
no.
go to that place,
Yeah, yeah,
you are on your own.
I know he can shout. Yeah, I know I can handle myself, man. Put me on anywhere on God's green earth, I will triple my worth. That's what Jay-Z said. So I don't I don't care what he comes out with. As I know at the end of the day he will shout and ramble and interrupt and all that. But let me just tell him, for somebody who is from Edo State, who his people actually killed over 20 something Hausa people innocently because they were traveling and they are going over their road. They burnt them, hacked them
They
to
were
death.
armed.
Now,
They were armed. They have been terrorizing the environment.
come on,
They
Ola,
are
don't say
terrorists.
that. No. Oh, is it who is this? Oh, the usual suspect. All right. Just because. All right.
Yes.
But your governor went and apologized. He paid compensation. If they were terrorists,
An apisa. It's an apisa. It's an apisa.
Come on. Whatever it is, you that is an ordinary immigrant living in far away Germany, dealing with systemic second class living of you are not an equal citizen to the Germans. You are a subservient there. You
Due to the
cannot.
quota system, the Igbo quota system of Yamadu Bello, the Murtala Mohammed, the Babangida quota system drove us abroad. Continue.
Let's stay on topic. Yeah, let's stay on topic. Okay, good. Now you see,
Which kind of topic you want to stay? Where you know want to talk about quota system? That your evil quota system that is drawing the country backward? That you put an Hausa man that is Islamic school educated to be professors?
Your shouting will not make your points valid. If you like,
I'm not shouting. I'm not shouting. I want to address this quota system introduced by the Amadou Bello, Murtala Mohammed, the one that was buried headless.
Yes, whatever it is you think. But if I start to do my own about you and your
Go cancel your Sharia law before you can be part of our country.
My friend, one get some.
Stop marrying 12 years olds.
Oh my God. Okay.
No
be Allah again. God no be Allah.
Okay, guys, stop. Alaji, continue. I warned you already. So
yeah, I know. I
I
already know that you will keep interrupting. But as far as I'm concerned, Tony is a malaprop. I don't know. Okay, I know.
No. Just go to your point without referring to him, because I won't be able to separate the two of you. Please, I beg.
Okay, he's a maladjusted.
Adamu Aliyu from Edo State.
Maladjusted, malaprop, and someone who is deep down into the holes of hate and conspiracies. Their governor Sunday Okwebolo went to Kanu, prostrated, crying, begged for forgiveness. So who are we to take? Some exiled, some ignorant, pretender of having some form of, or their governor and their king who issued apologies on behalf of the crimes of their people. Some of them are even arrested right now. Now, the claims that you guys are horrible, the way you treated the houses, and you still have the guts to come online and accuse the houses. Look, you are a minority. You have to be careful the way you talk about people like this. So there could be consequences for you. You think you are some form of freedom fighter, and you are channeling hate and ugly narratives. It will catch up on you. Don't think because you are you are living in Germany, and you are all greased up, patching, doing menial electric and factory job, draining yourself in sweat and grease and some grimy things, as if you are some sort of intellectual who understands how the world works. You do not understand how your state works. You do not understand how your local government works. You are detached from your culture. You are trying to be a wannabe German who will never be accepted, who is looked at as inferior, and then you come here and then you want to dehumanize the Hausas. How dare you? How dare you? In which, man, it's because there is distance between us. I swear, if you meet the real Hausa people and do this nonsense, one day you will regret them. I swear you will regret them. Well, the internet gives people the right. You cannot say some things in the face of people, but the internet has given you the audacity to keep saying all these things. Maybe the only thing that will save you, it is only human that if somebody is mentally disabled, or somebody is mentally, not there, so you have to cut him a slack, because if a dog barks at you and then you bark back, then you are the dog, you are the most stupid one. And therefore, I will decide to disengage right now and focus on other rather important issues. You can shout and harangue and talk but your selective justice just puts you out there as the malaprop that you are. And if you don't know what a malaprop is, maybe try and go and read some more. But I still doubt if you know what that will mean in the next 15 years. By then, you would have been an old, grimy, sulking, intolerant, dying, degrading old man who has lived his life all consumed by hate and never ever wishes anything good to other people, and do not see people in their humanity, and who only leans into hate and generalizations. Man, you are in for one big surprise.
So you can't answer them. Can you cancel your Sharia if you want to be part of our country? And I think that Tinubu is serving you guys right. You guys miscalculated. You miscalculated Tinubu. You underrated him. You underestimated him. He's dealing with you guys, and he's carrying out my agenda unknowingly, for that matter. Right on. We listen to you.
You don't ever see Tinubu with your two korokoro eyes. You don't ever talk to Tinubu with your two korokoro eyes.
How many wives you don't marry? How many 8 years old? Say when they don't begin, they get titties. They don't begin, they marry them.
Come on, shut up, listen. I have met Tinubu. I have talked with Tinubu one-on-one.
You don't give answer.
I will prove it to you. I will prove it to you first, but I will have to make a bet that this Tinubu that you are saying is doing your agenda, that I have met with him and I've interacted with him and I can prove it to you. But I want you to put some money before I prove it to you. Ola, can you intercede so that I shut this wannabe intellectual?
No, Elijah, see, I don't want you to shop Tony's money. So, so let's just stay on the topic. Because I know, don't let us go there. You shop his money. I don't want that.
Somebody has to come in. But Tony.
No. Let's just go back to the topic.
Ola, you can only chop money that is there. Money that is not there, how can you chop money that is not there?
Hold on, Azan, hold on.
Okay.
Are you saying Tony doesn't have money? Are you saying Tony doesn't have money?
Where is he going to get the money from?
This Hassan
hold on, Tony, hold on. You spoken. Let Azan speak. Azan, I beg, as much as possible, avoid Tony. Let's just go back to the topic.
but the guy did first world now. He's in Germany
No,
with the third prize.
yeah, no. That's why I warned you. I warned you that if you,
Okay,
I warned
okay,
you this
I'll
kind of
okay,
thing.
Come carry Suya, bribe me. Bribe me, Suya.
Hey, Tony, that's enough,
okay,
please. That's enough.
let bygone
That's
be
enough.
bygone. Let's
That's
bygone be
enough.
bygone. Let's go back to Lagos. And Vivo.
Okay,
Yes.
let's go back to Lagos,
Yeah.
guys.
Yes. The problem with Lagos, there are a lot of problems. Let's admit it, right? There are a lot of problems, right? But
Yeah.
but Vivo's real problem is acceptance and the ability to penetrate. I have seen politicians who have come to fore and were not eventually voted, but they had the ideas to do good. They had the track record to do good, and they have the experience to have done wonderful things in their past. Now, yeah, even the whole logic of choosing the highest value, even in boardrooms and bidding process, like competitive bidding, there are a lot of things and variables that you consider. The experience, the diligence, the structure, the internal structure, the internal controls of the bidder, what they have done before, their integrity, their character, some indemnity, some guarantees, and all that, and all that. So in that sense, he falls short. He falls short, and I'm not even trying to lean on his Igbo heritage and all that, but in the things that matter, he falls short, and that Igbo affiliation is actually hurting him. But I will not. That is secondary. The primary thing is just practically not prepared enough to handle the job. He rode on a wave, and that wave is practically gone right now. So, yeah, Rose Vivour. Sorry, I just can't see it happening. It can happen. But then I also want to caution our Yoruba brothers. Just because Lagos is has the had the highest GDP, has the highest level of people who migrate into your surroundings and all that, and even though you people are quite tolerable people along and all that, you please try to understand that Lagos is Nigeria, and Nigeria is also Lagos. And some things that you say, and that it's so much in the extremes, makes it feels as if and this is a Lagos you're trying to take to the next level, up to some level that it will rival all the global best hubs in investment, finance, business, fintech, technologies, arts, and all that. The things that just Lagos represents in Nigeria, all those things are important. So I think you guys need to tamper it down with the Lagos thing, and we know the people who actually are the real Lagosians are the minority. The whole of the other Yorubas that blab and blab around and are so much offended about non-indigenous coming into Lagos, blah 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 blah. Especially now that you have a Yoruba president and all that. In this, the way Nigeria is structured, she will go eventually, and you don't want to do too much that you create resentment so much. I know that the for the other people, by the people that are saying they are people of prestige, that are of acumen, of wearing uh is red is red clothes with the insignia of the lion and red caps and all that. I know they are the main culprits that have pushed you to react in this manner. But then when you tend to react, you also order always order always expand and generalize to the point that it only seems as if with only the Yorubas are important in Lagos, and but then those who are causing trouble uh they cause trouble to the whole other people, and then you begin to attack almost everyone that is not Lagosian, which technically, if it were to be applied, the real Lagosians, if you take the real census who are ancestrally Lagosians, Ola, you will not make the cut. Babati will not make the cut. What's his name? One man will not make the cut. A lot of people that come on this platform and extol and say
Do I make the cut?
Lagos. Who is that?
Your nemesis. Do I make the cut?
Who is my nemesis? I have no nemesis. I am Thor. I am Odin. I am Odin.
Prince Daddy.
But I'm Odin. You know who Odin is?
No, who's that? No.
Okay, Prince Daddy, you be Thor. I will be Odin. Call me the omnipotent.
Okay.
I don't know whether anybody is a nerd here and you understand the the reference, but yeah, it is what it is. Prince Daddy, I don't want to consider you because you are so far away detached from that. I'm sorry, my brother. You are Nigerian. You understand Yoruba. But I'm sorry. You are so much. You interpret our realities too much from a Western American perspective, so much so that it is so diluted and watered down that it does not fit our context. And you have so much belief in what you are saying, which is good because you are a man of faith, and faith is what it is. The problem also with faith is that while it is good and it helps you keep your life at a balance and in accordance with spirituality, and gives you some form of peace. The problem. Let me finish. The problem with faith. The problem with faith. Let me finish. Then you ask. The problem with faith, Mr. Ola, because I somehow it is you. Most times Babati and Baba and some Arogidiba and two Naija and one man, if he chooses to understand me, actually does understand me. The problem with faith is that uh, the even definition is to believe something without evidence. Now, if you believe something without evidence, you are no longer liable to someone coming back at you and saying, hang on a minute, let me argue the case. You say, no, it's my faith, it's private, and you just have to accept it in some way. That is evil. But
Hassan, allow me 1 second. See, when you inject faith, when you talk like that in reference to me, you're not making an assumption. Actually, it's a roundabout way in order to dislodge my argument. Are you saying I'm incapable of having an argument or a debate based on other issues than religion? Of course, you know that. But because of my position, because of my position
I'm
on
not saying
Christianity,
that anyway.
because
Yes.
well, you are in a roundabout way suggesting that. But because of my
Oh my
position
God.
on Christianity in reference to Islam or Muslim interaction in certain areas, that's why you're injecting that. No, I talk more on on literally on levels other than Christianity. Of course, I can have a debate and strongly support my faith, but nonetheless,
But you don't admit that your position on the Christianity thing is false and has been disputed debunked several over and over and over and over and over again. That is what faith does
Because
to
you
people.
actually failed to listen to my argument. And I would like you to tell me, actually, have I ever in this debate ever invoked the word genocide? I never did. And I never one time claimed that more Christians were quiet more than Muslim. I never did. But because you shape your narrative and you want to separate the argument based on religion, that's why you trying to corner me and say what you're saying. I never did. I never supported what they're saying in the West. But hold on, hold on. But my point, hold on. My
did
point
that,
though, hold on, Sam.
you
My point is,
insinuated now.
my
I
point still stands. Hold on, my point still stands that there have been the word that I chose carefully and implied was that there have been targeted attack on Christians in Nigeria, and I still stand by that. That Christians have been attacked directly because of their religion in Nigeria. I still stand by that. If you can dispute it, but I do stand by that. I'm not claiming genocide or none of those things, but Christians have been attacked in Nigeria because of their religion.
Just the way Muslims have been attacked because of their religion in the same ways. Sometimes by Christians, sometimes by extremists.
Okay,
Now,
and I agree with you. So now my point from the onset, now you agree with me. What I've always said for like almost 2 weeks or so, that Christians have been attacked. Now you said that like a couple of days ago also in Kaduna when they attack Christians.
What? Nobody denied that they attacked Christians. Did I ever deny to you that Christians
Yes,
were
you
not
did.
attacked?
You never fessed up to it. You never agreed that it ever happened. Yes. Well,
That's
and by the way,
factually incorrect.
not just you. People like Remy and Sinbad also were like, no.
No,
But
I can only speak for myself now, Prince Daddy. Don't do me bad. Don't do me dirty like that. I can only speak for myself, and I know what I have said. I have never for once claimed what you had just said. And if you are bringing Remy and all that people, then you should actually engage with them on that and not me. But as far as I know, my position has always been that the victims are all people, Muslims, Christians, animists, traditional religions, and all that, and the balance of things. And if numbers and statistics are the basis of informed policy that deals with the problem, and then your insistence that to tag and give a narrative of prioritizing Christian death over overall, then it's not going to solve the problem. It's only going to exacerbate the problem. The problem with
well,
this
yeah, but
meeting,
see, but I got you. See, hold on a second. See, let me tell you, you grew up in. I don't know. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I grew up in Lagos. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm trying to showcase my diversity in terms of interacting with Nigerians, from Igbos, Yoruba, Hausa, and every culture, Calabar people. Then in the West, I've had the opportunity also to interact with all people from around the world. So you cannot corner me in terms of my worldview or how I understand matters or interpret issues. I'm actually quite versed on that. You may not like my position on matter. That is fine. But I am capable of having an argument or debate because I'm actually well exposed on Nigerian scene and internationally. So you don't have to agree with me, but I do. I can make an argument. You can shut down Trump, for example, because you don't like his policy or whatever. But nonetheless, it doesn't make him wrong or me incapable of making an argument to support his positions. I hope you know that. You grew up in the North, right? You grew up in the North.
And it's democracy now. You have your opinion. You have the right to your opinion. I understand that, and I respect that. And I want you all. I want to tell you something. Because of what you said, that I never agree with you and all that. Man, I have agreed with you on a lot of things. A lot of things. I don't know when you came to the conclusion. I have supported several, your views on different topics where we had a problem fundamentally that caused a split. Is since when this Christian genocide narrative came in, and you hopped on it, and you just sound like a mini Shekau, and somehow like a Ku Klux Klan niche, but it is what it is, man. It's a free world, and I don't think your views changes anything, if at all. If you keep holding into that, you always get bitter and bitter and sulk and become frustrated, and it's only going to
The Chibok girls, were they Muslim
harm
or
you more.
Christians? 1 second, Asan. The
They are,
Chibok girls, were they
they,
Christian or
they,
Muslims?
they are both. They are both
Okay.
Christians and
See,
Muslims, but the
I didn't care
percentage
which
is
religion
all
they
right.
were. I didn't care which religion they were because all I care about were the people, the little girls that were abducted and mistreated. That's all I care about. And
You sympathize.
I was frustrated about that matter because the government did not do much. I didn't think so. Nor did the international community, like your Barack Obama holding sign and Michelle saying, "Bring back our damn girls," and they can't send weapons and resources to help the people. So I can't be cornered on the one side of being a Christian or supporting religious ideologies. I don't. I'm not a religious fanatic. I'm not at all. But I speak to what I know.
Okay, Prince Daddy, how did you come to the conclusion that I'm a lover of Obama? You see the projection in extremist MAGA kind of people.
Asan, I have your profile. I have your profile.
When
You don't have to tell me you like Obama or not. I'm quite versed on the kind of position you hold on different topics, so I can know where you lean on matters.
just because I hold certain positions does not make me like. Do you know that Obama is one of the reasons why I am living the kind of life that I am living? That has brought my career and life prospects like 10 years back, and I had to endure a gruesome war. So the trajectory of my life has been different to such a way that I cannot respect Obama, Sarkozy, the EU, and all those people
But
who
those are your globalist liberal friends that make all the policy that you support. So if you don't like them, well, sorry about that, but that's the people you follow and the people you agree with. Obviously, you don't agree with Trump and his anti-globalist nationalist policies. You think it's
I
kind of
don't
crude.
I don't agree with Obama. How the hell would I agree with Obama, who is directly responsible for and the kind of destruction that we are witnessing right now in my community? Do you know how many people have died, displaced, loved ones, limbs, careers, and all that for ages? Come on. We have to we have to say things the way they are. Uh, uh, Libya uh, injured me, cost me harm, and I will not forgive Obama for that. Hillary Clinton, I will not forgive Nicolas Sarkozy. I will not forgive a lot of people who participated. Now here you are making conclusions about me and all that. That I love Obama, and I have this for you. I do not effing love the guy. There was a point when
Well,
I respected him.
okay, sorry. When I say you love Obama, I was simply saying that Obama was symbolic and symbolic in the sense of the liberal ideology on the world. So you may not like him personally, but that's where you're leaning towards the liberal ideology on how things should be in this world. So that's what I meant, synonymously.
If between the liberals and the conservatives in America, and the kind of options that they present to you, and which you guys are so blinded that to think that you have a democracy and that you have some sort of choice, and that you're actually shaping the policies that rules your life and all that, then I think you are quite naive. You're quite naive because I'll tell you the reason. And the reason why you are quite naive is that the reality does not support your position. Like these people that you hold at high esteem, actually F you in the behind and do not even care about you. The evidence is all there. You can lick their not sack all you want, and but then they come out and spit on your face. And especially Latinos, black people, and brown people who love MAGA because of Christianity. Those are the ones that I think. Well, I'm a faithful man.
Okay, can
Ola,
we
can I,
can we move
can I
to?
correct something? Let me correct
Oh no,
something.
hold on. If what you are
Because
correcting
Hassan
is
always
Obama,
give a wrong figure. The little here is kind of
wait,
disingenuous.
comparable fact. Wait, comparable fact. Let's go to Nigeria matter. Some guys are complaining already. They want Nigeria matter. Anybody has update or what's actually transpire for this change of this military chiefs? So when
I have
people,
something.
yes, I was expecting that. Let's say so.
Yeah, Ola, I've said this several times that CG Musa is is a favorite person for me. Um, I don't want to disclose it here, but fuck, F it. He's already gone. They've already, he's already gone. So, he's my oga, my boss. I have worked with him for a long time, and when he was in Meduguri, this is a soldier. This is someone who takes soldiering so seriously, and somebody who micromanages. In football, there are some coaches like Sir Alex Ferguson or Arsene Wenger or Carlo Ancelotti, who just when the match starts, they sit down and just observe the match, say nothing, just say one or two things. But then there are other coaches like Pep Guardiola, Mourinho, Mikel Arteta, Simeone, who for the 90 minutes are on the touchline, gesturing, gesticulating, shouting orders. They hardly sit down, and they are micromanaging every pass, every inch of space, shouting at their players and all that. Now you can understand that reference, and look at where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, like I got you. Yeah, I got you. Sure.
All right. This is someone who has done very well because he was theater commander here in Borno, and oh my god, the kind of work that he did, the kind of trail of Boko Haram blood that he took and that he destroyed, that he helped, you know, significantly diminish, is so much that we cannot just close our eyes and not wish this guy well wherever he is, whatever he chooses to do with his life and all that. He may have fallen a victim of circumstances that are beyond his control. Let his eye off the ball, and then it is what it is. For everything, life is not always permanent. Some days will go for you, some days will not go for you, and unfortunately for those.
Okay. Let me ask some question. Maybe now I heard that this guy, because why was he removed? Is this you? So is he suspected to get involved with the coup, or is it
No,
because
no,
of the position of kinetics versus not kinetic?
no, that's not even the case. The case is that the president receives upwards of um 27 different daily top secret reports. Now imagine this. All right, the CDS will submit his own. The DIA will submit their own, the NIA will submit their own, DSS, NSCDC, police, you know, And then what the NIA also does to expand the intelligence of Nigeria that is presented to the president is okay, and the NSA too. It is estimated that the president receives like 12 different intelligence reports from different agencies, at different times, and uh, nobody knows what the other agency is reporting. So there are stop gaps between this reporting. But the president, as commander in chief, is served daily with all these reports, right? So CG Musa was preoccupied with his primary assignment of dealing with the security situation, that he took his eyes off the ball, and his intelligence report did not, for someone who is the number one, he did not anticipate it. Like under his nose, people were planning against the government, and he couldn't figure it out. Now, as a principal, if you that is an unforgivable kind of incompetence, because we're talking of life and death, right? Now, two things can be true at the same time. The fact that she heard, and she is human, and was not privy to the information that he gave the president that was right about, because they at the coupists will be careful now not to let the CDS know, but then the DIA got information, and we are now hearing that there were a rumor that the soldiers were attached to Ribado. But
yeah, that's what we heard. We heard about the concurrent arrests made by Interpol at different African countries. So continue.
Let me shock you. Let me shock you. And when the reshuffle was made, Ribado was spared, and the chief of the DIA was also spared. And somebody was telling me off the record that the reason why that Ribado was even spared before the chief of the DIA, because Ribado was the first to alert the president. It was Ribado's security report, intelligence report to the president that actually first divulged the information to the president, and then was confirmed later by the DIA. You get it?
Yeah.
Let me ask Hassan a question, please.
Yes.
Yeah. So sorry, everybody. You are free. Hold on, Hassan. Progressive Oriade, you are free to ask questions. So please don't make it no monologue.
You made a comment earlier about the Chibo girls.
Wait. Who is this?
This is comparable fact. Because Prince Daddy asked you a question about the
Chibo don't call me, but I be like that. Hello?
Yeah, can you repeat what you said about the Chibo girls? How many of them are Christian and how many are Muslim?
I said you are petrol and I am the ignition. I am fire. So let's start.
No, the question is asking, is asking about
I understand completely. I just want him to know that I will answer the question, but it's going to be an inferno, and there is going to be some form of
okay. Let's go back to security then, because I'm so interested in that. Comparable file. Why do you
let her answer the question now? Let her answer the question now.
Guy, hold on. Azan, hold on. Even if Azan is going to answer, you should know that he was not the journalist that covered that that will tell you the number of Christian and number of Muslim in Chibok. So I don't know why that type of
I even know because I did cover the story, so I know.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Tell us then. Tell us.
All right. There are more Christians than Muslims, so the ratio is 3-1. Okay, but the context is, which is very important, which people of this of
Oops. What happens to the network? Is it mine?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, guys. Okay, maybe as how we come back, I think it's a system.
Okay, let me tell you from what I know, and everybody can.
No. Hold on, man of prestige.
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
I just got a brief interruption. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good. The foundation I want to lay is for the benefit of all the people that are on the platform. I know my brother, my self-proclaimed nemesis, will always deflect and continue his ramblings anyway. But let me just put it out there. Now, the problem, why there were more Christians is the fact that.
Okay, there's an interruption. The thing is this. Irrespective, you understand. Irrespective, we know the mission of Boko Haram, right? So we know what they were doing. Because I don't think this. In as much as the issue of the Chibok girls really matter, you understand. I'm not saying we should sweep it up that way, but I think we should talk more of this the recent event, the insecurity.
Ola, can I say my piece? Can I say something, Ola?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Before he says something, let me just tell you.
No.
I did not get
question. But the way
Chibok is a Christian-dominated town. Naturally, there should be more Christians
let me
in
tell
that.
You, it's about 276 girls of government girls government girls school that was kidnapped. Out of that 276, 90 to 95% of them are Christians. Only 5 to 10% are Muslim. So let's be factual about this. And
you are a liar.
Of them.
Straightforward, you are a liar. I will not even sugarcoat
it. So don't come here,
Okay. Let's do this.
I will not excuse it. You are a big liar.
No. Let's do this. Let's move back to the topic we're discussing before, please.
All right.
Asa don't verse.
Hey guys.
Don't fact check me, okay? We need to be very correct when we come here and make a statement and start being very disingenuous.
Let's go back to that issue of coup and this insecurity and how we are going to solve it. Let's just, because I had information about that coup and about the arrest of some.
But that is part of the security discussion now. Let me answer that now. Worry now.
Hold on, Tony. We've seen people in the forum that say, well, you can't just change topic, and I'm sure some of the audience were not happy with the way the topic just changed.
So relax. Sometimes we free flow, topics change, we get back to it. It's not a big deal. People are not gonna
Continue. No problem. Continue.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you.
Daddy. Yeah, it's a valid point, Prince Daddy. Who's there? Am I online?
Yes, sir. We are hearing you, sir. We want to continue with the answer, sir. Thank you.
On which one? The Chibok girls or
on the Chibok? Yes, sir. The Chibok girls percentage of so-called Christian and so-called Muslim, because I don't even want Muslim and Christian for Nigeria. Okay, I don't.
That is becoming too boring. That you're complete talk about. Let's stick to the issues that we're discussing. I beg. Nigeria is not going to break.
Let's go ahead with the security matter then. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ola. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Ola, what are you doing now? So you are saying you should just ignore Tony.
No.
Well,
I'm not saying.
He should no. He should drop.
that I'm going to respect. Prisoner at this point was right, but we are going to start with the Chibok girls right now because it came first. Isn't that the case?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Chibok gets, finalize that, sir. Thank you.
Hold on, Tony. To make the thing interesting, anybody can, like I said, anybody can interject, but it's just going to be two voices at the same time. You understand? Anybody can interject. Since we all agree on free flow, let us free flow. Please go ahead. I see some people that keep quiet now, like Remina is not speaking, Akim is not speaking, Oriola is not speaking. Please, just be encouraged to get involved too. Thank you.
Remy has got nothing to say anyway.
Okay,
Stop
so let's
attacking Remy. Stop attacking Remy, please. Hey, Remy loves Tinubu to the fault, but then sometimes he also the thing that we all Nigerians do, but there are people who do it worse than us, and it's too extreme. But it is what it is. I don't blame him, please. I beg. All right. Chibok. If you go to the people of Chibok, they answer names similar to the names of Kanuri people. You hear names like Ghana. You hear names Bulama. You hear names as very poor people, but they were converted to Christianity by missionaries. And then they also have a tiny military, Islamic population. Now, and they intermarry. So if you go to Chibok families, you'll find a Muslim man with a Christian wife and their children. Some will be Christians, some will be Muslims. That kind of life. I know a lot of people who have not come to the north and see the way Northerners live in some pockets will never understand this. That Northerners are marrying from different religions and they are doing quite well for themselves. The insinuation always from people like Tony is that there are somehow some superior people, and that we are all the north is the problem of Nigeria and all that. That is an intellectually lazy way of looking at things, and it does nothing but creates more cracks, more fault lines for that will hinder common ground that we need to proceed in this country. Chibok, as it is, its demographics is majority Christian, minority Muslims, all the same people, the same ancestry, tribe, religion, culture, and all that. Chibok, uh, a local government quite big, I would say, bigger than some state in where man of prestige is coming from, uh, has an almost 70% Christian population and a 30% Christian population. So that is the average, that wherever you go, whether in schools, whether in markets, whether that's what you see. 32. So if there were to be an attack, then it is only rational and reasonable that the majority of people who fall victim are going to be Christians. But if it were that they came and then took all the Christians and left the Muslims, then people can shout to the high heavens, and I also will, uh, fight back and fight for them, and also try to resolve the issues. But that was not the case. This convenience of always um, just saying a life that is worth living because it has an affiliation with you only is the pitfall and is the early signs of somebody going into the abyss and hubris of philosophical hatred and no return. Some on this platform are on different degrees of that, and if they don't get the necessarily uh, rehabilitation, their futures may not just be uh, good, and they will not leave any legacy that is worth emulating. Yeah, if you look at history and the people who are celebrated, they are people who actually are human beings at the core, and they live by certain universal indispensable principles: justice, fairness, equity, you know um, and all that. Now, Tony, if you go to our courts, like there is a blindfolded statue of a woman with her hands, her arms straight wide, and she's holding something that is so balanced. Have you noticed that? Am I there? Am I audible?
No, I am expecting Tony to respond to you. That's why, since you mentioned Tony.
Yeah, yes, I was expecting him to speak. So now, yeah, thank you, sir. I have a question for you, sir, my brother, from my fellow African brother. You know, yeah. So I wanted to look at the elephant in the room. Yes, sir. Yeah, hello. Senu Divo, added the greeter. So, my brother, I want you to address this elephant in the room because I had you on the, you and Prince Daddy, you talking about. So, I want to ask you a very simple question: who is attacking who? Who is attacking who? Because no, you told me that Muslims are being hurt and Christians are being hurt, but whose group is hurting who? Are the Christians hurting the Muslim? Do they go to the wedding ceremonies and start to kill them like they kill the Igbo people in the north all the time? They kill Deborah, they kill many people in the church, to the point that we couldn't even host the Miss World contest in Abuja because now I get that city anyway, So, Lord Obatajo.
Okay. So by your logic,
your ideology, ideologically speaking.
Let me answer now. You did not even answer my last question. You are throwing me another. I'm trying to answer and still interjecting me. What kind of thing is this now? Listen now, come on.
Sorry. At the chop.
Hey, God, my God. Hey, I will need paracetamol if I finish this session.
No. Sorry.
So
let me ask, why is Hassan the only one?
Don't ask. Let me finish first. Don't ask. Let me finish. No, let me finish.
No, Azan, wait. See, I said, comparative fact, I said this is not a monologue session. Anybody that wants to come in can always come in. I said
but he's not going to allow anybody to come in because he's been talking for
They're asking me questions and I'm answering. What the heck do you want me to do?
But
if I don't answer it, you misconstrue me. And if I answer it and it's beyond and it's not what you want to hear, you bring another manipulative, inconsistent, illogical, irrational, almost like female-like, crying crocodile tears to just make people accept their irresponsible positions. Let me answer my questions, please. Then I will get to you and face you frontally.
No. But the point I'm trying to make, Ola, people should have their turn. It's not a matter of taking their question.
The only
You
reason
guys
why
have
I'm
been
But he already
here
told you guys
for
you can
hours.
interject. It's a free flow. Let him answer now. Why you dey disturb him?
Oh God. No, she said it's my nemesis, but nemesis online. If she were to stand in front of me in real life, that will
it's not
quickly
about you
change.
and I don't have anything to do with you. Online
He,
You
is
he's
just
just
making me to be
and
sitting with a answer right now.
everybody
Man of
wants
president,
to
let him speak now.
you
Let him answer. You can ask him after he lands.
he does have something with me. He does have something with me. He called me. He said just that he's my nemesis. So yeah, words have implications, but God, a man of prestige. Sorry, what's that your name, Tony? Where was I? I even lost my change
Tony
of
Africa, sir.
train of thought.
Tony Africa, sir. Yeah, you was about to furnish me some answers regarding who is killing who in the north. Because I know that the so-called Christians are not
Yes,
You
just
you
going
use
to kill
yes.
people.
Tony,
Oh, I
use word
remember now.
five. Use word five.
I remember. I remember now. Okay. What I wanted to answer you is that okay, you are saying that it is Muslims that kill the Christians in Chibok and abducted them. They did
No,
not
no,
kill
no, no,
them.
no, 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 no. No, I said that the Muslims are the one killing Christians and they are the one killing Muslims also. Those Muslims they consider to be moderate. For example, my brother, please, Oga, please. You know, for example, where I grew up in Ibadan and Benin and Lagos. The Muslim marries each other, Christian, Muslim. Then Sunday, the husband will drive his wife to the church. Then on Friday, the wife will drive the husband to the mosque. Do you do that in your place there? That's what we are saying. So who is killing who?
All right.
We all agree that it is the Muslims that are
What?
killing both the Muslims and the Christians. Right on, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Can you just please let me finish my answer before you interject again? If you do interject again, I will just have to call it off and then do something else, please. Just let me finish my answer before you interject. Please, Tony, please. Do you agree?
Yes, sir. 100%, sir. You know, I was even trying to protect you just now because you're just one against us. So it's too much for you, okay? And I understand. Right on, sir.
No, it's not. It's not too much for me if it is structured. It's just too
I
much
wish you were having two northerners now or three to counter us because for only you, it's just too heavy.
No, it's not heavy. I swear to you, it's not heavy. Okay, I don't even need to tell this. But look, by your logic, because Christian, Muslim fundamentalists, Hawarijites, killed Christians and Muslims, or kidnapped Christians and Muslims, and then it is a Christian agenda. Now, if you go by that logic, the criminal Edo guy who stays on the streets and robs Christians and Muslims and all other tribes, what do you designate him?
No, you see that you are not getting me. You know that earlier on, while you was discussing, hold on. I get you. Hold on, sir. You're very. I know that this guy, our brother, interjected you. So you forgot what he was about to say. Hold on. Very simple one now. Let me just give you. No, let me just give. Very simple. Let me simplify.
No. I will not now. I will not let you off the hook. You are too malapropic, rowdy, and incoherent, and you are just like your brain is just like. Let me not say it.
Electric. Hold on. You said that our people. No, hold on, sir. You said that. Hold on, sir. You said that. No, hold on. You said they marry. No, wait. You said you intermarry. You intermarry. Alice, that is okay. You intermarry each other. That was the point you were trying to say the other time. Like that you do intermarry. But I'm asking you, if I'm married to an Hausa woman, and then on a Sunday, assuming I'm an Alhaji, do you drive your wife to the church? And then on Sunday, or Friday, your wife drives your husband to or you have to force her to be a Muslim. You see, that's the question.
No, it's wrong. That is a lie. Because your initial question was that if you are marrying a Hausa man, you did not say it if you are marrying a Muslim woman. You said a Hausa
No, for example,
woman.
if you marry, you say intermarry. When you intermarry, do you practice? Do you allow them to practice their respective faith in the house?
Let me educate you now.
I hear.
Newsflash, there are houses that are not Muslims. Go and marry them. And you have no problem. I'm giving you knowledge now.
But I want to carry the Muslim woman, so that we can go to unite our environment, our city. We can unite them together, so that there wouldn't be any problem. Like we don't have a problem in the southwest right now at the state with the Muslim we're having.
And you know that how marriage works. It's not you now. The Muslim woman have to want you. And I doubt with just 1 minute with you, she will be repulsed if she's not somehow mentally retarded or something like that. Retarded or something like that.
But I get a Muslim son here now. I have a Muslim son with an Arab woman here in Germany. He's 6 years old.
And that's Germany now. Those ones they are not rooted in culture and reality. Those are
Arab. I said Arab woman. Arab woman.
I don't give a F. I don't give a F.
And then she do celebrate Christmas. She celebrate Christmas. She celebrate Eid al-Fitr.
An Arab woman who is Muslim in Germany.
Yes.
Who is of maybe some African or Middle Eastern country.
It's
right?
Middle Eastern.
Yes, you see, she's been Germanized. You two yourself, the way you are looking down on Nigeria.
Who tell you? I beg you, when they go pray 5 times a day, you're already a fanatic. Right on.
Yeah. Oh my God. If I were a fanatic, I will not be trying to bring you back to the fold of people who think rationally, who are not susceptible to conspiracy theories, like leaders like Donald Trump, and who instigate more ethnic and tribal and religious hatred all the time. You open your mouth to think. To talk, even though they do not hold any water and have no basis in factual reality, you still hold on to those things and have been keeping it. So if you are not careful, you are going to maybe suffer really, really with heart problems and all that as you grow old, because you are carrying so much hatred in your heart, and that is going to consume you. I advise you that you take a moderate approach to this Nigerian problem. Tupac said, learn to see me as your brother instead of 2 distant strangers, and that is how it's supposed to be. Some words are timeless. I don't know how rooted you are in philosophy, because there's something that I have noticed like 10-15 years ago. No matter how good you are, your education, you need some form of understanding of philosophy to actually run your life in the right way. And the problem is for somebody like you, Mr. Tony.
Somebody else talk. And somebody else talk here. What's going on here?
Let me finish with. Let me deconstruct him now before I come back to you and do some psychoanalysis to you. Just keep it there, man. Keep it there. I'll get back to you. And Mr. Tony,
Azan. See, let me just give you 3 minutes to respond to Tony. Let's hear.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay, Hassan. You have done your best, sir. It's okay. You have done your best.
No, Tony. Okay. Let me give Azan the comparable fact. I will give Azan 3 minutes to finish with
10
Tony.
10 minutes for comparable fact. there is so much I want to do with comparable facts.
No, I beg,
I
I
just
beg,
want to
I beg. No need, no need,
Hold
because
on,
this guy,
Tony.
you cannot convert him. You cannot change him. You know, it's
Hold
okay.
on,
Yeah.
Tony.
yeah.
Hold on. Azan, just 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. I give you 3 minutes so that
Oga Ola, but if you give me 3 minutes now, promise me that next time you are going to give me enough time to deconstruct him, because I know him. I know how he does his things. Then and
you can't win Tony. Oh. You can't win Tony. I just want you to know
no,
that.
not even Tony. I think Tony. I tell him the information. He does it with it what he likes. But I am providing superior arguments. He can go back home, meet his German cycle. I just hope that they are not closeted Nazis, who teach him hate and all that. But if they are real people who understand what life is, at least he gets better. Just let him go, just and play back what we discussed.
My brother, no place like home. We want to come back. We didn't want to leave in the first place, if not because of the useless system you guys introduced. So that's okay. No wahala, no wahala.
Tony, that's okay. Tony, that's okay. No, Azan. Let's give comparable fair time. Let him speak. You can interject.
Okay, let's leave Tony then. Tony, some other time.
Yes.
Okay.
Comparable facts. Are you there? See, we are calling you now. You are not speaking, though. Comparable facts.
He's there.
It's too much noise
there.
at the background. People speaking at the same time.
Okay, say what you want to say. Say what you want to say.
Let nobody interject. I'm just going to make my submission. I'm not going to insult anybody, but I'm just going to say how it is. So,
but you give me a chance for rebuttal now.
So the reason why I came in, it was during the conversation between Hassan and Prince Daddy.
No, just give me a chance for rebuttal.
The point was about the Chibok gas.
If you don't give me the chance for rebuttal, then no. It's not going to work like that. I would not even want to listen. Just give me a chance of rebuttal, such that I will let you finish what you want to say, and then I'll come back later, and then you will not interject me, and then I'll respond. Is that okay by you?
Yeah, please carry on. I'll be back. I have a visit.
So the point I was trying to make, because when Prince Daddy asked that question, it was made like, it said it was mostly Christian, but make it sound like it was a lot of Muslim. So the point I'm trying to make, I'm trying to clear the point. It was a total of 276 girls that was abducted at government college. Out of that 276, 95 to 90% of them are Christians. So you can call it almost Christians. And 165 of them has been, rescued. So we need to put the figure, in context and put the factor there. So whatever happened at that time, it was Christian that was kidnapped. Maybe coincidentally, there are some Muslim people in there in between. So what actually happened was a jihadist motive. It's what I consider to be genocide at that particular time. They targeted the Christians. Let's call it what it is. So do you dispute my figure, Hassan? Let's have the conversation.
You give her time to respond now. Give her time now, I beg.
Okay, I'm silent.
Out a civil discourse with me, because I have noticed that because of my name and my region, you have taken a somewhat unfavorable position. Not that I'm faced, I'm used to it, man. Hell, I have seen worse, and therefore I'm not bothered at all. But there has to be limits to some of the accusations, just for us to make the sense that will make our discussions palatable to the people who are listening to us, and such that they can take some invaluable lessons and help them apply it, understand the life and people that they are dealing with better. Now that said, your question, all right, which is about the Chibok girls, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please say the question again? It cracked at the
How
middle
many,
of the sentence.
how
So
many
that,
percentage Muslim, how many percentage were Christians? That's what he said. He asked.
all right. Yes. Okay. So I laid the context earlier that Chibok is a predominantly Christian neighborhood, but there are a mix, like by blood, by family of Muslims. Like so, you will find a mother who is Muslim, a father who is Christian, children who some are Christians and some are Muslims. Like you do understand that, and as the base, I want you to understand that as the basis of the demographics in that region. Now that makes it very rationally possible that whenever something is to happen, say it violence or anything, then more Christians will naturally die than Muslims. Okay, you understand that fact, right? Just statistically.
Are you asking
Man
me
of
a question?
Prestige, are you satisfied with the answer?
Referring to me?
No, it's not an it's a question. He did not answer. There is a follow up. It's a logical.
Well, it's not about whether I'm satisfied or not. But
Yeah, just
what
answer
I
the
got from
question.
Hassan,
We
people are
have
trying
not
to
yet gotten to where I want us
copy
to
the
go.
water.
Oh my god, I want us, we are going somewhere, but I'm trying to apply some sort of you know rational and thinking, such that it's either we deduce to extrapolate and reach a conclusion that the viewers will know whether it's me and you who is at fault, just by using the scientific method instead of emotions and shouting matches and calling each other names. But you are refusing to engage. Just answer yes or no.
Okay,
Idea?
that means there were more Christians than the Muslims then. That is clear. Man of Prestige, you are right. There were more
Stop
Christians.
answering for him.
Okay. Maybe say in the fear you now because.
I'm just going with the empirical data, that's out there. So that's what I'm going.
But then the empirical data that you are going with, I agree with it too. But I want you to just be patient enough that when I ask a question, you answer, and then we go to the implications of your answer. And then we review, and then we go to the next up until we reach a conclusion where you may not accept it, but I hope that the audience
Okay,
I
let's
trust
get
will
away from the
understand.
keyboard. Let's get away from the keyboard guys. On the part of
No,
what's happening in Nigeria right
let's
now,
finish it. Let's
I still
finish
believe
it.
there's a genocide against the Christians. I know, like Muslim and Christian are dying, but there's a targeted by the jihad.